しててもデイドリーミングして君の言葉繰り返し寝ても覚めてもやまないそっけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to some more Zenith League action. My name is Recollect, and I'm joined by the wonderful Atomica. Atomica, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm really good. I'm actually really excited for this Division 2 clash in the upper bracket between Dynamo New Dawn and Abyssal Kittens. I think it's going to be a very interesting watch. You know, both teams have been vying for towards the top of the table throughout the entire season. So, yeah, it's going to be a very, very fun watch.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm looking forward to it as well. As you mentioned, this is going to be Abyssal Kittens taking on Dynamo New Dawn, I believe finishing 2nd and 4th respectively. And this will be our upper bracket, I guess, semi-final, if you want the technical.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Yeah. So we should be popping into the draft hopefully very, very soon, as we're just waiting for the teams to give us the okay to get everything rocking and rolling and started. All of the wonderful background stuff that hopefully you guys never have to see unless something goes horribly wrong. I'm excited. This should be fun. Just as a heads up, we will be doing a caster handover at a certain point during this series. So if we do disappear at any point, that is why. But more importantly than any of that, we are into this pick ban. I'm seeing myself a little Kha'Zix ban going in as the first one off the table.
Yeah, Kha'Zix a very interesting ban. I think that Kha'Zix, tends to be a lot more favored in solo queue, sort of that chaotic environment. But we have been seeing those sorts of champions be a lot more priority picked. Like, I mean, we saw, if you watched the LCK, we saw Ono pick Lee Sin. That champion hasn't really seen much play recently, and it's starting to make its way back in after some of the recent changes to, I think a lot of the items, and also system changes with the minion aggro. I think that was kind of a big one as well for a lot of these kind of hyperactive junglers.
Absolutely. And on the other terms of hyperactive, I immediately think of the carry roles, and we've got Ezreal now banned away. That takes away some of that safety net that you have. And on the subject of safety, Thresh also gone. So these teams potentially looking at much more aggressive styles of gameplay and not wanting to allow those sort of safety nets, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think removing these safety nets, it's such a big thing for both teams because, you know, we saw throughout the main season that they have their carry players. They can play for those carries very well. So removing those kinds of champions, which allow you to peel really well, to create the space for those carry players, you know, you're really choke holding them. But both teams, you're giving them the chokehold to just try that. You're basically skill checking them.
Yeah,
you're telling them, yeah, you're just being like, yeah, we hope you can position well. Unlucky.
I was going to say, I also think what's interesting when it comes to those kinds of things being off the table is it really incentivizes early gameplay because you have so many less defensive tools to bring yourself into the game afterwards. If you fall behind, you end up just getting stomped a lot harder from my personal experiences. Having said that, we are seeing some more traditional things off the table now. The Jarvan gone, Syndra gone, old school control mage there. Jax, a multi-role flex. Typically, we see people go towards early AD carry, but no, we're seeing the Olaf locked in, which is again a potential flex pick.
Yeah, and a massive flex pick here because obviously Olaf jungle or top lane, but again a massive champion. You know, can just press one key and all crowd control that you try and put on him is just completely, you know, just removed. You can't do it. And as well, another thing is that every auto attack he gets, it resets that as well. So I mean, Anivia, it's not exactly CC, it's a wall, but he still has to walk around it, which elongates that time for him to get another auto attack to reset the ultimate. So I think this Anivia pick into the Olaf is quite smart, but it'd be interesting to see where both of these champions go, because this could be a very big blind Anivia mid.
Yeah, I also historically, whenever I see something like a Olaf, I personally love to have an enchanter ran with it, something like a Karma, something to shield or speed up the Olaf and make it more dangerous. And given that Jarvan was banned, I think you know, terrain creation was somewhat limited, so perhaps that's the reason for that Anivia. As we now see the Darius come through, a bit of a solo queue terror, you might say, but not something we tend to see a lot in competitive play.
Yeah, and it instantly kills the flex. You know, if I'm reading it right, I believe. Yeah. Oh no, sorry, I'm on the wrong side. I'm thinking of the wrong side. Darius, alongside the Anivia, it's actually quite good because, you know, you can create that displacement, create the stun, and I do believe that's Dynamo New Dawn calling out that you know, that Olaf is going top lane, and it's an early game bully, like you said, and it's to really try and make this Olaf feel a lot more useless than what he maybe could be. So having something like the Darius, like you said, solo queue terror, you know, they're trying to isolate that top lane into a 1v1, and you know, they're going to see what they can do with that. But we see the Sivir and Azir potentially locked in for Abyssal Kittens, which are two very strong scaling champions.
Yeah, absolutely. And I personally wouldn't normally value a Sivir so highly in this sort of game one of a series, but it does have that synergy that I mentioned earlier with Olaf, wanting that extra bit of movement speed to really give more value to the champion. She is strong in general at the moment, but personally, I would have expected to go towards like a Yunara. Generally, that's felt really strong from my experiences. There's also the power of the DFT users, which obviously Anivia will likely be running at some point. But things like the Brand, things like the Malzahar, these champions which were slept on for so long, but now, from my experiences, have come back into fruition a little bit. So I'm kind of interested to see where they're going to go with those kind of picks later on. Instead, we'll see a Smolder, again, another strong AD carry, lots of scaling there too.
Yeah, and I think that Dynamo Noodle and Abyssal Kittens have just shook the bot lane, it seems. If this small, I mean, yeah, the Smolder kind of can only really go one place now. And same with the Sivir, very traditional AD carry. So handshaking the bot lane and just leaving them to scale, I'm really expecting a like heavy either engage support from both sides to be roaming around the map to try and influence this top matchup, because I do feel like with the way that these drafts are going, it is going to be a lot on this top lane. There's going to be a lot of pressure on both players to play this matchup as well as they can, either get a lead or try and stay equal with their lane opponent. And yeah, the Deathfire Torch pickup, like you said, I mean, Smolder is another user of Deathfire Torch, I believe is what it's called, the rune. And yeah, it's a really strong rune. I played it recently, and yeah, Malzahar does a lot of damage with it, to be fair. Yeah, it's really good.
It's strong on all most of these like Leandries / DOT champions, right? Which Smolder you wouldn't think of initially, but with his stacks, he does get burned through that. He also gets poking aspects, which then obviously gives a bit of extra value to that as well. So it's a very nice hybrid. What I will say about these two compositions, which you haven't really focused on too much just yet, is the engage options. They don't actually have your traditional go buttons yet. By that I'm meaning, things like Nautilus engage, Leona, like an Ornn or something like this. So neither of these teams really have the best of go buttons locked in yet. I think that's where we see this draft start to pivot towards from here.
Yeah, I would be very inclined to agree, and I'd be very shocked if both teams haven't picked up on the fact that there isn't that traditional go button, there isn't that champion you can look to and be like, right, this person's going to start our team fight or start our pick or our fight. So, yep. There we go. Alistair, headbutt pulverize. There is one. Very much expecting to see something to equate to this, maybe even a rel for into the Alistair, try and get that stun as he headbutts in to stop the pulverize follow-up. But it is a bit of a 50-50 matchup because Alistair can obviously pulverize rel on the crash down and cancel that. So yeah, set is looking like it's going to be locked in. So I think this might be an Olaf jungle.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that's likely. What I will say as well is I love the fact that generally Alistar is one of those few sort of engaged supports that you can pick into Sivir well, and she doesn't just spell shield you out because if she spell shields the headbutt, you pulverize anyway, and if she doesn't, then you pulverize anyway, so it doesn't matter. You're getting knocked up. There's not much options, so instead, they've drafted that one for themselves, which is nice. What I do think is they kind of need a little bit more damage on red side as well, just because the only way to kill an Olaf is to break through him. You can't really lock him in place for a long time. Maokai support is interesting.
Yeah. I've been seeing it picked up a little bit more in solo queue. I've faced it once or twice. I'm not sure why it's come back into the meta. Maybe it's the fact that Deathfire Torch is an option, and you're playing more like for the saplings and the poke, because it's going to be a Darius jungle with Malphite top.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it's possible we could go the other way around. It's Malphite jungle for all we know, but either way, it's interesting to see the Malphite locked in. The composition is very AD heavy, right? Except for this Azir. And I guess maybe the Maokai, but he's probably not building damage. So I guess there's some argument for it, but it's definitely interesting to see it locked in as an R5.
Yeah, saving counterpick for a Malphite does tend to be, I guess it's okay because, you know, there's not really much to stop Malphite just ulting on top of the backline. But my question is, where's the follow-up, right? You've got the Smolder, like the Smolder ult mom. And unless like Darius or Alistair is really on the ball with how you're engaging with this Malphite, or if it's just a close quarters engage, you're going to be burning a lot of like flashes or a lot of your movement to get to the fight. And then that leaves you so exposed trying to get out of the fight if it doesn't go well. So I guess you could argue the Anivia wall to keep them in and the slow. But other than that, I don't know. I don't like this Malphite 5 pick. I see where they're coming from with all the AD options. But yeah, I'm just not a big fan of it, really. I'm just not a big fan.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think that what I will say is, and this might be a little bit off topic, but when I see an Anivia in the game, I think that this champion really warps the way that your team wants to play, because you kind of have to play inside of her zones anyway. So if we instead sort of change the idea, instead of being that they're like forcing an engage, what if the game plan here for Dynamo New Dawn is they get to objectives first, they set themselves up, and then you have to walk into Anivia. You have to walk into a Smolder who's poking you and doing damage. You have to walk into a Darius and an Alistar with a Malphite ult. I think under that context, instead of, you know, us starting the fight, you come to us and we pick you on those grounds, maybe that's where it comes into play. Maybe that's where we find that adjustment for the Malphite pick to make a little bit more consistency. But on the other side of the coin, we need to see how Abyssal are now going to play around that concept, you know? I think it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, it will be interesting. I think it's actually going to be very fun, actually, to see how Abyssal Kittens deal with what Dynamo New Dawn have drafted, because it is such an unorthodox, like you said, playing with Anivia, it warps the way that you want to play the game. And having a champion like Anivia also warps the way that you kind of have to approach the game from both sides, because you can't just blindly walk into anywhere without fear of Anivia permanently keeping you slow and walled off. But you also have to try and control those spaces before Anivia can. So it's going to be interesting to see how they approach the game and objectives. And I feel like that's where we're going to be seeing a lot of action. I feel like there's not going to be much action in terms of the actual lane, but in terms of when it's around objectives, I think it's going to be, I think both sides have just kind of wanted these big 5v5s for game number 1, just to kind of see what they can do and where they can go from there, really. I think it's going to be really, really interesting and just fun to see how both teams approach this game.
Yeah, I think so too. And I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, for the next few minutes, we are going to be just waiting for the teams to get themselves into game. We've got the wonders, I believe, of spectator delay in effect. So I imagine we've got a couple minutes of enjoyment where you get to witness the sheer beauty of these compositions and the composition of our cameras. So, you know, enjoy it while you have it. Won't be here for long. But yeah, no. I think let's do a lane by lane. Let's do a lane by lane, shall we? I'm assuming that it's going to be the Malphite in the top lane and against the set.
Against the set, yeah.
I feel like that matchup sounds very painful.
For which side?
I think the Malphite struggles in that matchup. I can't lie. I feel like early, my experiences with Malphite is your Q is like a third of your mana in the early game.
Yeah,
and you're just going to get punched in the early stage. And then then you reach a point where you armor stack, and then set probably isn't killing you like anymore. But the early levels does not sound that fun for like my opinion.
No,
I could be wrong again. I'm not a top lane player.
No, yeah, I would be inclined to agree. I think that the fact that Malphite's Q is so mana hungry makes it so that, and also as well, you tend to go Arcane Comet, don't you, for the extra poke?
Yes.
So it would be, you're trading basically like, I think it's like a fifth or like you said, a third of your mana for 1 Q and 1 Arcane Comet proc. And I just don't think the matchup is that great, because Set can just, like, if you throw out the Q, he can E you in if he's anticipating it. But also, if Set gets on top of you, then you're taking a good chunk of damage until you get either your first armor item or you get maybe Balmy, Cinder, and then the trades become a little bit better. But in the early game, this matchup is going to be a bit horrible for Malphite, yeah.
Yeah.
Jungle, we have Olaf and Darius. I have never seen this matchup in my life. I am going to anticipate, if I'm being honest, a lot of invading from Darius. Just it's basically got to be 3 camp into Olaf jungle, I think.
Yeah, I think that the game really will come down to how these junglers path in the early game, because there's so much scaling on both sides, right? The game is open to be like ripped apart in that capacity. But the thing is, the mid jungle synergies, from my opinion, are not like crazy. As in, like the mid laners aren't the most what's the right term to use here? I guess that they're not the most like facilitating. You know, there's not a lot of crowd control or setup here. It's kind of just we do damage sometimes when we have the mana for it in mid lane, and jungler's like, we do damage all the time, and we are throwing hands, and we'll see what happens. So like,
yeah, it's quite ironic, isn't it?
Anyway, but, yeah, I could be wrong, right? But I think
I think you're right.
Mana, you know?
Yeah, I think you're right, because I don't think Anivia really wants to fight until she has either the first burn item that she builds, or until she has the Tear of the Goddess like stacked near towards the end, so she has enough mana to keep the ult up throughout the fight. And Azir as well. Azir does not want to fight that much pre-6. Because you like, not that you're lacking a lot of damage, but it's just the fact that you have no items. Your soldiers don't really deal that much damage. You're really heavily reliant on those soldier placements. You can't forcibly displace your opponents towards your soldiers. So it's that point where Azir has to have such really good soldier positioning. Whereas then you have Darius and Olaf, who, like you said, are just, we're level 3, we have all our basic abilities, we're throwing hands, whether you like it or not. So these mid laners are gonna, I think, just sit on the sideline, watch, and just be like, I can imagine them in comms just being like, I was being zoned off, I couldn't come and help you, I'm sorry.
Like, I have no mana.
Yeah, like, oh, literally, yeah.
Like, God, there's a reference there somewhere, and I'm not finding it. It's like 2 people from Hajime no Ippo just throwing hands with each other. Meanwhile, you got people in the background.
Yeah, literally, it's gonna be crazy. It's just gonna be so funny watching Darius and Olaf have a scrap, and then Anivia and Azir just in mid lane watching.
It's like there's a 5 FPS like slap fest versus like a 120 FPS like full on wrestling match going on.
Yeah.
Jeez.
My God, from the top rope.
It's the Son of Christ with a steel chair. Sinless Steve. Anyway, anyway, invade coming in. Here we go. The Nivea stun is going to come through. Obviously, there's no ability to vulnerable yet. The ghost was popped here, though. We'll be running it down. Flash burned here for Lucifer. He's burning down, though. There's a lot of damage here. This will be first blood. That could be huge in this game. I don't think there's enough damage to counter kill. So that's first blood over to the Olaf. Oh, hello, Anivia. That is a flash in. Run!
He gets the kill.
He gets auto to death. I've never seen an Anivia auto attack kill anyone in my life. I think purely because of the turn to throw the undertow. Just for fun, just a fun life does end up going down, unfortunately. So 1 for 1, first blood to the Olaf, but he is going to be slower to clear his camps for that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what started out really well actually ended up terribly for Abyssal Kittens in that sense. They were, they got the kill onto the Darius. They set the Darius behind. He's now no flash. You popped your own ghost for it and set use the ignite. Not that big, not too big cooldowns in the early game. As we will see, they'll be back up pretty much probably for the next fight. And then in the end, I don't think anyone was expecting Anivia to flash in 1v3 to pick up the kill, to be honest.
Very based.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just be like, yeah, I can auto attack you and kill you, as we see. Oh, Master DJ falling very low to set, and yeah. So it started out really well, and then the kill onto the Olaf actually somehow made it worse, because now Olaf's behind on the Darius, and Darius will, because they're both passing the same way as well, Darius will get first to the scuttle.
Yeah, he absolutely will. And it's also a bit problematic here because obviously this Darius is not necessarily able to contest that scuttlecraft given how low the mana is in the top lane here for this Malphite. Might need to see a base teleport in order to contest that, because obviously, if the top laners do come, Olaf's invading, by the way. He's looking towards this Darius in the red buff. That situation of the lack of mana in top lane might come out to bite Lucifer here, as Olaf is going to throw hands with him at the red. And throws a bit deep. Is he going to have the damage to this? Darius does more than you might think. There's the heal. Doesn't have flash available. Malphite's walked up and healed his Olaf, so that's going to be red buff given over. And whilst Malphite has walked down, it's just going to be a free steal, and now that Crab's looking juicy here for Just a Fun Life.
Yep, and he's got to go and take it, absolutely. A very nice invade from Just a Fun Life, and that was something I completely forgot about in Olaf's kit, which is the lower health he has, the more attack speed he gets. As we see an engage on the bot lane, onto Hugo's Joblum.
We do, and it looks like he's going to be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to have to blow the barrier. That's a random tower shot for the Alistar. I don't think we're quite in range for the Maokai he'd like to be. Is now in range for the Twisted Advance. Going to get a knockback. Going to be enough damage. Down goes the Alistar. He is going to be milked mercilessly, and now Robbie has to fly and flap away as best he can. It's a freebie over there to the blue side.
Yeah, and I'll have that engage. I think that was a really good engage from Dark Abashi. You know that the Maokai was topside. You know he's coming back, obviously. But I think the tower shot then meant that the play became terrible. And with the home guard advantage, Hunger Games manages to come in. Twisted advance onto the Alistair and a late flash. Probably should have flashed earlier or as soon as he could to get away. But he didn't. Late flash, and Dark Abash's flash now is on cooldown for nothing because he still died anyway. And a kill over to the Sivir is just accelerating this late game hyper carry AD carry. And it's not great for Dynamo Noodle.
No, on the subject of not great, Pyro is slowly getting chunked out by this Malphite as well. It's going to have that immense power of the set passive to regen, but it's not far from just being in kill range regardless. Also worth noting is there is a teleport not being run here for set. It is Ignite instead, so potentially going to lose quite a bit of CS in that top side and even out that matchup that was looking a bit problematic beforehand.
Yeah, Malphite has escaped the woes of the early game and is now dealing damage. And Set is, I think as well, Pyro hasn't been like not playing it well, but he hasn't been respecting the fact that the Malphite ground slam and different things like that can stack up in terms of the damage. So even though it looks like his mana's going down as we see engage in the mid lane.
We are seeing engage in the mid lane, and it's just going to be so much damage actually. They're going to go into the egg, but not quite in tower range. Well, I say that. He's walking in and out of tower range, so maybe just barely, but it doesn't seem to matter. It's a free kill going over. A little bit of damage now in the top lane as well as the trading continues, but no one level 6, not enough damage. It's just the little things. Just a Fun Life is having so much impact on this Olaf in the early game, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely agreed. And this Olaf, I think, has been the MVP so far. The early game level 1 invade, the invade on the red buff to Darius, so he didn't get red buff on anything as a flash on the Malphite ult. Darius is still going to commit to this, but more wasted time, and Olaf now is looking to invade. Won't get anything, but yeah, this Olaf has been mega impactful at the minute, and it's really hard for Lucifer to keep up with the Olaf on this Darius because he's just been so inhibited by what happened at the start and then the level 3 invade, and his lane is going down as well. The Alistair and then the Anivia is just adding to his woes in that jungle. And
might get a bit worse. There's not enough mana to cast the ulti down the top lane, so Malphite is going to have to flash away instead. And at the same time, that dragon is going to be secured here for Just a Fun Life. So we're seeing a very small gold lead start to extend here of about 2,000 across the course of the Rift. And I don't know, it just feels like at the moment the buttons aren't quite syncing up, and the aggressive potential of this Olaf pick and the general laning power here from the side of Abyssal has just been a little bit too much so far.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been quite dominant in this laning phase. I think all 3 lanes have been performing really well. I mean, you can argue the Azir got a little bit of help from the Olaf, but that's what your jungler's for, to pick up the kill. But it has been kind of the little things I think he picked up on really well is that it's just the little things. Even CSing, like Goranim's down 15 CS in the mid lane. Master DJ, I know it's a Malphite into set, and Malphite doesn't really farm that well, but still, Malphite is down almost, 24 CS, and in the bot lane as well, the Smolder's starting to fall further and further behind this Sivir. So it's the little things. It's the flash ult from Azir. That was very clean, but he's dead.
He is dead. Sovereign's gone just a little bit too far there and is just going to fall.
1 for 1? Is it?
I mean, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe. Inefficient.
Outplayed. You got outplayed.
Yeah, unfortunately, the you know that gold lead you had? Yeah, my Malphite just killed my set, so now that gold lead in top lane is gone. Also, remember, again, no teleport being run here by Pyrox, so it's now going to have to walk back and lose even more CS, as the wave is sort of killing itself slowly but surely to the other minions. It was looking great, now it's looking less great, but it's still a lead for Abyssal. Having said that, probably need to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, I think they're starting to get a little bit, they're feeling themselves a little bit after such a strong early game, and starting to make plays that they probably didn't need to make, like the flash ultimate from Sovereign. I don't think that was required, really, to kill the Anivia. Not saying that he should go for and kill the Anivia, but I don't think that killing the Anivia there was impactful. I believe that the Grubs hadn't spawned in, or they were like near spawning in when that happened. So it's like just kind of forcing a play, and then Pyrox just a mistake in the top lane, dying to the Malphite. Yeah, I think they're starting to get a little bit overconfident, and Hugo's Joblin potentially going to be engaged on here, but Robbie Nate is not in a position to follow up, and he gets out.
Yeah, just going to heal a little bit with that spell shield as well, so we're going to be perfectly fine topped up. Look at the top side here, by the way. There is a Darius invading the enemy jungle to try and catch up in the CS department. It is going to be an attempt, but I think we might have a bit of entertainment here. Smite is available, and it will go over, I believe, to just a fun life. So
yeah,
it's going to be a bit of a fruitless situation there, and the leash goes through more than anything else from Lucifer. I feel bad for him. He has been sort of at the center of attention here, and the enemy has been in his jungle, essentially on vacation, and has been unable to evict him from the premises.
Yeah, no, Squatter's Rights is currently being implied by Just a Fun Life, sorry, as Master DJ is going to just walk out of that.
Giga Chad Malphite.
Yeah, literally Giga Chad Malphite, literally set full combo versus Chad Malphite walking away.
Malphite Q.
Oh my
god, he's got him again. Oh lord. Master DJ is
no.
showing the power of the R5 Malphite.
Yeah, I mean, I said I didn't like it, but I will hold my hands up. I got that one wrong. R5 Malphite.
How dare we ever disrespect the boy, the Don, the master, DJ?
True. How dare we ever disrespect him, ever? I will no longer question anything that man picks on R5. No, yeah, a masterful kill, I think. I think even recognizing the fact that with the ultimate from Set under tower, he still doesn't die, doesn't waste his flash, just walks away, and then hits, just point and click Q, and then just follows up with the full combo and kills Set. It's a very nice kill, and Master DJ, he maybe is a Malphite not one trick, but definitely a Malphite main, because he seems to know the limits of this champion very, very well.
Yeah, definitely performing well on it. And on the subject of performing, I've got to say, I love the way that Abyssal has managed to set up all this vision on the bot side ahead of time. They're now ready to do that dragon, they'll have their Olaf clear it, likely then do that crowd and be chilling. So the real question now to me is how, as a team that is ahead, how do you snowball consistently without allowing counterplay? You need to see things like this set playing back when you're doing dragon, you need to see consistent objective timers and recall timers being implemented and synced up, and it's these kind of things that I need to see from a team for me to go, okay, this series is completely yours. And right now, this is not a great one of those, as the Sivir has taken the base. They're playing this potential 4v3 engage. They're going to try it anyway. Olaf is going to go. He's going to pop the Ragnarok. We'll get the blue buff. Smolder's doing some damage, and Nivea's in, and it's going to be 1-for-1 so far. Sivir is still at the turret. She's not here yet. They're going to continue to escalate the
Someone's
play.
dead.
Azir is in trouble. He's dead now. And I have to wonder, why did we pull the trigger?
Yeah, I don't know what they saw. I think maybe they didn't see Darker Basher until it was too late, and he was able to come in on the back with the headbutt pulverize combo for any potential follow-up. But yeah, it was just one step too far as Master DJ once again gets a solo kill in the top lane. You know, some fire cape is one of the most broken items in the game, as we all know. But no, I don't know why they pulled the trigger there. I genuinely think it was they must have thought that Darius was so far behind that he wasn't able to survive much. But he was, and then Goronim as well rotated. Robbie Nater was there as well. He got caught initially, but then got shuffled into safety away. And I think it was just a series of misplays in that fight that actually meant that what could have been good potentially actually turned out to be really bad for Abyssal Kittens, and now Dynamo New Dawn are completely back in the game. They're only 800 gold behind when they were 2,000, and once again it's a semi-even playing field, which is not what Abyssal Kittens want.
Also, look where the gold is. You know, it's 3 kills onto this Anivia, who arguably is that member that is going to create the separation, going to be making things difficult for the Olaf that is so powerful in the game. And I don't understand it. I feel like if you're pulling that trigger, you have to have your 4-man there. You wouldn't just send your AD carry to recalls. So maybe a miscommunication as well. It is possible. But we are not wise to it. We will ponder in the darkness. Oh,
Yeah, and another
subject,
shuffle.
though. The darkness comes the team. In comes the Maokai now, going to knock back in again. Olaf damage is there, and I don't think you're in tower range this time. It'll be egged down, and we've just comboed an Olaf that is ulting. You will lose your entire health bar almost for that, so not ideal.
Yeah,
Are they
not
going
great.
for the Malphite? I mean, there's not a lot of damage. He is dying
As is.
slowly. In goes the combo. I mean,
Stuff
that
happened
was,
there.
That was the Brexit combo on that one. I'm not sure how else to describe that. It was they tried to leave and then they wanted back in. Right, bro. They wanted to leave and then they wanted back in. We call that the Brexit. It is what it is. So...
Yeah, I mean, a wonderfully executed Brexit combo. I mean, like, just fantastic. No, yeah, I don't know what was going on there. I mean, Darker Basher popped the way too late, so he tanked so much damage from this Olaf, and this Olaf is so just annoying in the game. CC immune, deals a ton of damage. The lower health he gets, the more he lifesteals and has a higher attack speed. But then Malphite came in, and I think I saw what they were going for. They were going to try and combo both the Maokai and the Olaf on the tower, so it became a 3-for-2, or maybe even a 2-for-2.
Mm-hmm.
But then I think the CC was too close. They didn't separate enough. They didn't layer it correctly. So
Yeah.
the CC amount wasn't there. Like the amount of time there was CC wasn't there. And they both were able to just walk away. And we're now seeing Master DJ potentially caught out as he's forced to flash the wall. And the Herald will just go over to Abyssal Kittens. And again, you pointed it out for the Drake before, and it's the same for the Herald now. The vision arguably is not as good as before, but it's better than what Dynamo New Dawn has, and that's the best part for them, is that they can then just do this for free.
Yeah, the question for me is, can they get the play to work on the other side of the map now? Because you've seen this Maokai has roamed up, we know this. I'd like to see Lucifer maybe do this red and then just skip the Krugs, dive the Sivir before the recall, and you play this fight. But it looks like Sivir was able to just clear the wave. And I have to wonder, what has happened there. Maybe the champion is just that broken, I guess. Because
Yeah,
they just can't
QW
find it. And instead, they are the ones that are now caught. Here comes the Ragnaroking Olaf, and that is just an obliteration onto Darius. My lord, he is gone. And you might have an unbreakable will, but you don't have an unbreakable body, my friend. Goodbye, Alistar. You'll be dropped by Sovereign. That's 2 quick kills and a dragon in their sides.
Yeah, and both kills going over to Azir is absolutely massive for Abyssal Kittens, getting this Azir even more fed, getting him more gold in his pocket. Also has that Dark Seal, which he may look to upgrade to a Medjai's. As yeah, Dynamo New Dawn's composition, it's falling further and further behind, and that's not great for clearly a composition that, as you picked up on during draft, was designed to sort of you know, control space. It was designed to get to an objective first and control the space and force them to walk in. Whereas now it's looking more and more like it's going to have to be just desperation from Dynamo Nudon as the game is starting to very, very slowly, well, not slowly, I mean, it's very quickly slipping away out of their grasp.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's looking rough. I think the biggest thing to note is they haven't been able to be first to a neutral objective so far this game. And when we talked about their composition and the things they need to do, that's kind of number one. So if they can't find that priority and get set up, I wonder what the comp will do. I guess we'll need to see some Malphite miracles.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you kind of just have to maybe get a sneaky stealth ward that Abyssal Kittens don't anticipate, that sees them go into a bush to set a trap, and then Malphite just unstoppable forces on top of Garnham using the ultimate to keep them slowed and stay inside that little area. But I don't see how they contest many objectives as Hunger Games is here in the top lane again to try and help Pyro, but nothing will come of that. And this Smolder's had a quiet game.
Yeah, which is not necessarily a bad thing. You know, it is stacking up relatively well. 104 stacks, a little bit behind schedule, but not unbearably. Oh, I'm sorry, my stream is frozen.
Yeah, no worries. We do see the mid lane turret go down, but Pyro is going to get caught out on the side, and it's going to be a massive Malphite ultimate. The three of them go down. Sivir first, and the Maokai follows. The Ragnarok forced to be burned by Just a Fun Life as he runs away. Sovereign was nowhere near the plate, but a massive three-man ultimate from Master DJ, proving he's a master on the Malphite again. You know, he had one very big well, not big, but small misplay in the mid lane, but he makes up for it with that, and they pick off three members, and Dynamo Nudon themselves get the tower in the mid lane. That was a fantastic engage by Master DJ. Truly, truly wonderful from him.
I mean, absolutely. And you know, we talked a bit about like, oh, they need to set up fights around certain things. Well, if you just Malphite all three people, I think you can do whatever you want, really, can't you?
Yeah.
There's not a lot more to it than that, my friend. Master found all that they needed to find, and I think it's worth noting again that, like, of all people on the team, it's the Malphite and the Anivia that have the highest skill participation here. It's not the jungler, it's not the support. It's the top laner who's just showing. Admittedly, 3 of those are solo kills.
Yeah.
But everything else there is team coordination stuff, and that's really, really important for them to be successful. It shows that these 2 members kind of are the ones that need to be finding those spots to make things difficult. On the subject of finding difficult spots, Baron is up. We're going to be seeing that vision set up. Nice flash from Pyrox. Ghost is, you know, he's going to get smited there, though. It is being slowed slowly but surely. Is going to ulti maybe to try and get some distance. A good bit of damage out now. The Darius is in trouble. And whilst they will find the unstoppable force, they will actually get the kill. Oh, no. Reset might be there. Nope, it's not enough. That's going to be 1. Here comes number 2. And that's going to be another 2 quick kills to that Olaf. So it looks sketchy. It was not.
And I think that's where a massive sort of, I guess you could say, downfall of the Dynamo Nudon composition comes in, is that without the Anivia or the Smolder there to help with the play, there's not much damage for Dynamo Nudon, as we're now going to see Sovereign be dove the Unbreakable Will, and the flash from Robbie Nater is going to pick up the kill on the auto. But I think all 3 of them are going to die.
Oh no, the Alistar's tanking tower for his whole lifetime. He will end up falling, and now the Smolder is just left with nowhere to go. Ragnaroking Olaf, I don't think it's going to mean much past that point, but it is going to be 3 kills overall. We need 2 quick kills in that specific sequence, though.
Yeah, the ping's going down on the Baron, but I'm not sure. I think they're actually just going to look to take out Lucifer, who is trying to stop the Herald, as we see the Strikebreaker come in. And yeah, I think that they are going to find this Darius. Nope, never mind. He's going to...
Maybe not. Yeah, he has got a
Yuumu's away.
Speed. Yeah. Oh, they're still going to go for him, though. He is just going to be engaged on by the Maokai. It's inefficient, if I'm honest, but they get the turret done. So that will fall. And now with the dragon spawning as well, will they transition that straight to Drake? Remember, Smolder's only respawning now. They could try and turn and burn it pretty quickly if they're willing to invest that Azir teleport, perhaps. but doesn't look like they're going to try and do that. Instead, they're going to hold it, and I think that might be a bit greedy, if I'm honest, because the squad is starting to roll in.
Yeah, they have to go for it. Oh, no, there's the spike.
Oh my god, sorry, the Malphite ult has just come through. They've sent it. Yeah, it's just so much damage coming through slowly but surely. But it looks like they're going to get themselves the soul, and perhaps that'll just be enough. There's going to be some ricochets coming through, a little bit of boomerang blades, and while Sovereign has teleported in, it's just going to be another quick 2 kills. I don't know, it just seems like they're just a step too late, our Dawn.
Yeah, Dynamo New Dawn just... It's a day late and a dollar short, as the great old Martin Brundle would say. You know, it's just way too late. The Darius was chunked initially on the play in mid lane, which meant that he had to he can't really walk in as confidently as he wanted to. He had to wait for someone like the Malphite or the Alistair to frontline for him. And because of that, it delayed the response to the Drake. And Olaf with Set just absolutely shredded that. I did not realize that they did so much damage to the Drake, but you learn something new every day. And this Olaf now, 3 items with that experimental hex plate, that ultimate ability is going to be up basically every fight. As we see, Pyro is going to be flanked by Lucifer. It's going to maybe look potentially for one of the nice easier kills as the healing comes through. But Lucifer, it's very weird. This Darius feels like it's not really impactful, as he does manage to pick up the kill in the bot lane. But the trade for Baron, and yeah, it feels like such a negative trade for Dynamo New Dawn there.
I definitely feel like they thought they were going to get that kill a lot faster than they did. And it took a bit too long. And now, well, on the plus side, they do have that small window now of about 20 seconds where they could look for a fight, try and play with their numbers advantage, which is something I'd love them to do. There is also a ward there potentially for a Malphite TP. Doesn't look like they're going to do it. Instead, they're looking for that bot tower in trade.
Yeah, I think looking for the tower is the more safe play. Definitely when you are, especially what it would feel like in the game, you'd feel like you're almost 10,000 gold behind, not 5,000, with the tempo that Abyssal Kittens have. So just getting a tower, getting some gold, I don't see anything wrong with it. You know, there's the bounty as well. It's team-wide gold. And it gets this Smolder closer and closer to his 4th item. Currently has 3 items, that Spirit Trojan, Essence Reaver, and Rapid Fire Cannon. Not sure what he's got to build 4th. Maybe got to look at maybe a Black Cleaver or something like that. But just off
DJ is just throwing hands. He's lost half his health there. It's a flash in. They're going to burn everything here, but the ricochets are starting to rip through. They haven't found the Sivir properly. She's killed 1, she's killed 2, looking for potentially a 3rd. The damage coming through is ridiculous. We are going to hit the ward, but the ward is going to die as well just after the people. It's a triple for the Sivir, a double for the Olaf, and a Nexus in the sights here for the side of Abyssal.
Yeah, and Abyssal Kittens, I mean, their composition, you know, when you see it in action, it's so good. You have an Olaf with Ragnarok, can't be crowd controlled at all, so you have to try and focus all your attention onto him, but then you're just leaving a Sivir who in this game has been a little bit quiet, but, you know, in the team fights has farmed up well, has the items, has farmed up really well, can just dish out damage for free, so you have to make a decision on who you go for, because in this case, either one could have absolutely decimated the front lines. So, yeah, it was very well played by Abyssal Kittens, with Sivir and Olaf just absolutely tearing Dynamo New Dawn apart.
Absolutely. And I think in a game where we looked at the compositions as 2 late game comps, it was the early game difference from the side of the Abyssal Kittens that really came into play and into effect, you know? It felt as though this Olaf was constantly in the enemy jungle, constantly looking to try and find those different spots, and ended up with a kill participation, I believe, of 19 out of 21. It was something like that.
Wow.
So very much influential on the map. I believe we are going to be cutting it to a short break before we get ourselves ready for game number 2. So we'll be looking forward to game 2. I will be, at the very least, and I hope all of you guys will be too. And we'll see you there very, very shortly.
Hello, hello, and welcome back with game number 2 of Abyssal Kittens versus Dynamo New Dawn in the Division 2 upper bracket semi-finals. We have had a caster swap. Recollect has unfortunately had to go, but Mahasvara has very kindly subbed in to join me on the cast. Hello, Mahasvara. How are you doing?
Doing very well, very well. Looking forward to what this series might bring. I was unfortunately not able to see the first game. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what that potentially could be bringing extra. And very much looking forward to seeing the meta within a series, and especially how it evolves, because each series has a starting meta, so to speak. But generally, when you get to these longer series, they start to evolve within it. And I always look forward to seeing those evolutions. So very much looking forward to this series.
The game number one was certainly an interesting game in terms of the meta for maybe what the drafts are going to be like. So for anyone that is new or just tuning in, obviously we use a fearless draft. So any champions that have been played in game number one now cannot be used ever in the series again. So, you know, we've lost Olaf, Sivir, Azir, Set, Maokai, Anivia, Darius, Smolder, Alistair, and the Malphite. So it will be interesting to see how the teams adapt. You know, the meta for both teams, well, the meta for Dynamo Noodle seems to be quite a lot of objective control. They really want to focus on those neutral objectives, whereas Abyssal Kittens seem to really want to just kind of have that, I guess you could say, a traditional 5v5 team fight. But yeah, it was quite a traditional, you know, front to back, Sivir as your backline carry with the Azir, and Set, Maokai, and Olaf to be able to peel. And Abyssal Kittens did take game number one thanks to a very strong performance in the jungle from this Olaf, as we see the bans coming through. Abyssal Kittens sticking away with their Kha'Zix and Thresh ban, as Dynamo New Dawn opting now to ban Jax and Dr. Mundo.
So far, looks fairly standard bans, I'd say. There are good reasons for each and every one of them so far. The Thresh ban is the one where I'm like, I always find it hard to see when a Thresh gets banned for a very simple reason. I always feel that you can really play around his kit these days. He doesn't feel that all empowering, but if you've got like a guy who's really good on it who can predict the hooks, then I fully understand removing that champion. That being said, I like the Syndra ban very much. Syndra is one of the few mid laners, along with Ahri and maybe an Orianna, but that's a bit stretching it in my opinion, who is really bind pickable. So removing that away is always a good way to go. And it makes it a lot harder afterwards. So,
Yeah.
and final ban, jungler?
Jarvan banned away. So again, Abyssal Kittens sticking with well, they went, if it's not broke, don't fix it. They won game one after a little bit of a mishap in the blue side jungle, giving away a couple kills. They won that first game, I would argue, quite handedly. This Olaf was an absolute terror, but Dynamo New Dawn opting to blind pick the Ezreal, which now leads to the question: do Abyssal Kittens take away something like Karma, or do they, you know, try and remove like Ezreal, Nico? What pairing are they most scared of? Are they going to try and take away from this Ezreal?
There are so many good pairings with Ezreal there, to be fair. So generally, it's you can put Ezreal with an engage. You can put Ezreal with an enchant. Well, enchant not really that much. You can put him with a mage in the bot lane. Like there are a couple of good options left. Lux is one that jumps to mind, has been rising popularity as of late. Meanwhile, we do see that the Dynamo is answering with a Nocturne, and I'm not sure how I should feel about that, because I love Nocturne as a jungler, and he's really strong, but having a Nocturne into somebody, a really mobile carry, which is technically Ezreal, is always a risk, because if he ults in and Ezreal just holds the jump until he's there and just jumps out, you've basically wasted your ult, and Ezreal is one of the priority carries. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are going to solve that issue. I do like the Ashe addition to that, which will stomach somebody. The question is, can you get it onto the Ezreal early on?
Yeah, absolutely. That enchanted crystal arrow is quite a nice bit of utility to have on your side if you ever have it. You know, long range enchanted crystal arrow is stunning for a long time. And Pantheon is going to be locked into the Nocturne, and this is a little bit of the fear that I have personally when playing on a team and we draft Nocturne early, is that if the enemy, you know, if the opposing team then decides to put on some point and click CC to completely remove your spell shield, as we see the Ahri locked in as well, and it's just, you're seeing how Dynamo New Dawn are adapting to that Nocturne pick, and you raised a very valid point of not liking Nocturne into these mobile carry picks, and Ahri is another one, and you raised a point as well earlier perfectly as well about Ahri being blind pickable And that is exactly what they've done. And now Abyssal Kittens are forced to, well, do we get a good pairing with our Ashe, or do we opt for something to counterpick the Ahri? And with the Mel hover, you would argue that this is definitely going towards the mid lane with the Ashe lock-in, and they have opted to counterpick the Ahri. So Dynamo don't have a chance to get rid of some good pairings with the Ashe.
Yeah, the Mel is an interesting one for me. You can reflect a fair amount of things, but the key is, as a Mel player, you got to really understand what you need to reflect. Like, it's got to be something really big, generally, especially in the team fights, or it's got to be like a really key ability just to make sure that you actually get a proper value out of it. Because if you don't use that ability correctly, Mel can fall flat real fast. Like, she's got nice setup. And this is the one part where I'm like, okay, you're adding some setup together with your Nocturne so that they can get onto that. The problem is Ahri Spirit rushes just away. Ezreal will just dash away. Doesn't feel like there's a whole lot more. And we don't know what that's going to show up in the top lane as of just yet. Meanwhile, for bans, I like very much that they're removing the Seraphine. I think that's a very smart removal, because that Seraphine Ashe is an absolute menace in the bot lane as a combination. So very much very happy with that. And meanwhile, 2 hot engages for the Abyssal Kittens, having removed them as well. So it's really the jungle pool, the support pool that feels like it's getting targeted here.
Yeah, and rightly so. I think support can be quite an impactful role, especially with how Hunger Games seemed to play the support role last game. It was very much stay in the bot lane until level 6, and then, well, I mean, actually, he roamed level 2, but try and stay as much as you can in the bot lane level pre 6, get to 6, and then he's unleashed on the map. He can go about, roam, do whatever. It seems like we're going to get an Ashe Nico pairing in the bot lane, which means that Abyssal Kittens are going to need their top laner to pick something very heavily tanky here. And I'm not sure that picking the Nico here was right. I think here, what you should do if you're Abyssal Kittens, you should recognize that if you are wanting to play something like the Nico, you need that tank in the top lane. So just blind something like a Sion. Sion's an absolute demon champion right now. For anyone who watches Cage, that is what he likes to call him. Absolute monster, though, on the Rift is Sion at the minute. And it's true. He's an absolute monster. It's crazy how much value he provides. But Bard now able to be locked in. Ezreal Bard, a very, very generic combo.
The reason why Cage is such a fan of the Sion is because he's been watching probably one of the best Sion players as of late, doing absolutely ungodly things on that champion. So
Yeah.
I think he's slightly biased. That being said, Sion would have been a great pickup. I can think of a couple of others. Owen is without a doubt up there as well. So normally I'd say Maokai or Malphite, but they've already been removed. And I think that this is really smart, because putting Zahen into a top lane, again, not only is it just mobility across the board, which is going to make the life of this Nocturne a living hell, by the way, it's also rather good into a fair amount of tank champions. The one that he really struggles to into is the Malphite, and the Malphite is gone. So,
yeah.
Ooh.
Aatrox. Okay.
A Darkin matchup in the top lane.
Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this. I think I've not played this matchup, but I think it's Aatrox favored. I think that Zahen would just get bullied by Aatrox Qs, and that is going to be. I think that's, again, it's going to be almost like the jungle matchup with the Olaf and the Darius. This time, the matchup to watch is this top lane, the Zahen and the Aatrox, because it's two champions that want to get a lead early, want to really establish themselves in the lane, get a foothold in the lane, and I think it's going to be a very interesting match, especially with these team compositions.
My knowledge of the Aatrox Zahen matchup is Zahen heavily outscales Aatrox. So Aatrox has to make this work early on, or else Aatrox is going to be in big trouble. So it's Zahen, it's Aatrox favored until about 2 items, and then it's when Zahen really starts taking over. So, but lore-wise, we've got an absolute treat in the top lane with the Zahen having taken over Zin's body, so he can once again fight against the other Darkins. So very, very much looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out. This is a fun one in that regard. The other one which I'm also looking forward to, and I think that's probably going to be the X factor for this game, is this Bard pickup. Because Bard, you've got Ezreal who can basically stand 1v2 in a lane if need be, which will allow Bard to really impact the lanes, other lanes, roam around, and kind of form this duo together with the Pantheon if they play it out correctly. So both teams have got a lot working for themselves. I am concerned about how the Nocturne is going to interact, but Abyssal Kittens will certainly try to prove us wrong after this, once we go into it, after our short little break that should be coming up in a second.
Yep, the wonderful powers that be have forcibly given us spectator delay, but I want to go lane by lane. We'll do what we did with Recollect. We'll go lane by lane. Top lane, we were just discussing the Zahen and the Aatrox matchup. Obviously, lore-wise, it's a wonderful matchup to watch. Very on-brand for the lore. But yeah, in my opinion, I think just Aatrox does win this matchup. I think he just edges it because Zahen, even if he has a very nice engage, I think Aatrox can either just sustain through it or can match the damage output. So I think that's going to be a good one to watch there. But I don't know your thoughts on it. If you have any other thoughts that you can think up for this matchup.
The thing that I'm immediately thinking about is basically old Aatrox passive is on Zahen. Remember that old Aatrox passive was this revive after a certain amount of times, and that right now that's on Zahen, which I do agree with the general idea that it should be Aatrox favored, especially early on until Zahen gets a couple of items. However, if Zahen can stack up his passive to get that revive again, then that really swings into Zahen's favor. And with his Grim Deliverance, he's got a boatload of ways to basically make this Aatrox's life a living hell. So it's going to be interesting to see how this works out. The key part here is going to be Aatrox needs to get some early good trades in there so that Zahen is at, let's say, 70-60% HP, making stacking up that passive suddenly a lot more of a risky affair. So that's going to be the key for Aatrox. If we then pivot into the jungle, well, normally I like what Nocturne can bring, and in the 1v1 matchup, it is slightly favored towards Nocturne, because if Nocturne can spell shield the Pantheon stun, then basically he outright bullies everything early on, and we'll just take that one. The problem is, it's not a 1v1. You need to interact with all your other lane opponents. And that is where I kind of feel that this Nocturne is going to have a really, really hard time, because there might be some initial CC to hold a target in place. But as soon as you hear that the paranoia go out, you're going to make sure that basically you're ready to use either a flash or your dash or blink ability afterwards. So it's going to be really tricky to work on that. You want to take the mid lane?
Yeah, I'll take the mid lane. Ari Mel, it is a complete skill matchup. It is just complete skill. It is, can this Ari bait out the Mel Reflect? And if she can, she wins. If she can't, she loses. And that is the crux of the matchup, is just that Reflect ability. It is all entirely dependent on if Ari can land that charm or not. And that is that, because, you know, Ari can use the Foxfire to dodge any of the Mel Q poke, or to at least help dodge and not take the full brunt of the damage. Ari can obviously use the Orb of Deception to try and poke the Mel and every other thing like that. Like it's a very, very skill-based matchup. It is going to be highly, it's going to be a very micro-intensive matchup. And speaking of micro-intensive matchups, you've got the bot lane, Ezreal and Ash. If you want to take over on that one,
Sure, I'll take that one and I'll leave the support for you at the end. Ash Ezreal matchup is basically favored for the Ash. If I recall correctly, Ash has the slightly superior range in her advantage as well. And also the utility absolutely works to her favor. However, if Ezreal can stack up his passive and get everything working correctly, then that will mean that it will most certainly he will be able to dish out a high amount of damage afterwards. And the fact that he can just kite around, whereas Ash is very immobile, does also provide a point of advantage for the Ezreal later on. And with the fact that he can self-peel, it will allow for the Bard to potentially roam around, which is where you come in again.
Yeah, Bard and Nico, both champions that really desperate. Like, Bard is a weird one because Bard instantly makes the support lane a bit different because Bard can get away with roaming sort of level 2 because of the meeps. As we have just gotten into the game, we are on a pause as Just a Fun Life has had a client bug / crash, and he is just currently restarting his computer to ensure that this hopefully doesn't happen again. We apologize obviously for the delay. We will get back into the game as soon as we can. But back to the support matchup. The best part, I think the best thing about support matchups is that you obviously have to also take into the context of the lane. I think that Ash Nico is a stronger bot lane overall than Bard Ezreal. However, the all-in potential of Bard Ezreal is very, very scary. Especially with that Tempered Fate to keep you in place, force you into a stasis, but then also the Nico Pop Blossom as well with the stun. It's going to be a very fun matchup to watch just because Bard and Nico, it's all about bush control, and who controls them bushes will tend to win this matchup because you can just walk in and out of bushes. If they don't have the vision, obviously Ash Hawkshot can influence that, but you can walk in and out of bushes. You can keep on getting the minion aggro, dropping it, poking through and through without much reply. And especially if your ADC is on the same wavelength, you can start dealing a lot of damage because they're all squishy in this bot lane. But it's gonna be it's just gonna be a fun watch all around because the top lane is it's again another very micro intense skill based matchup. Mid lane very micro intense skill based matchup. Bot lane is gonna be it's a little bit of farming here or there, but Ash really does like to push the agenda early, really likes to get those slows in, utilize the approach velocity to get on top of you and keep you slowed, alongside the Nico who can root, and the jungle, Nocturne, Pantheon. Pantheon's looking Pantheon could maybe even look for a cheese gank here, you know, free camp gank bot lane, Raptors, red, Krugs go bot lane, or even if he really wants to help this Hen, go Wolves, blue, Gromp, gank top, get on the map nice and early, establish that, get first blood for his team, or at least burn a flash. And if Aatrox is without flash, he becomes such an easy target for a Bard roam, for Pantheon to just return again, or even an Ahri roam. There's a lot of things that could happen. I mean, the same goes for Nocturne, right? Nocturne could do the exact same thing in mid lane or in bot lane, try and get the gank off on a level 2 Ezreal without E, or Ahri without Spirit Rush. This early game, I think, it's actually the complete flip of last game, where last game, the early game wasn't as pivotal. It was quite important, but it wasn't as pivotal. This game, the early game, is going to really set the tone for the game for both teams.
And this is also where the junglers get to show their knowledge of the jungle and also their decision making. Because the important part here is any jungler or a decent jungler will know, technically right now you have 11 different openings. You have 11 possible openings depending on where you want to start, what you want to influence. So it's kind of like chess that you're playing, but it also means that your opening is also somewhat dictated by what your opponent does. That is where this is going to be really interesting. So it's going to show here, and I'm very curious to see what they are planning on doing early on.
Yeah, an invade coming out from Abyssal Kittens, Sovereign, Just a Fun Life, and Hunger Games. Imagine to get the ward onto Raptors, they are going to have a very nice amount of knowledge on Lucifer now in this jungle. Stark Basher looking to try and punish them for that. as Sovereign takes a little bit of poke from Robbie Nater thanks to those Qs, those Mystic shots. And now we get to see. So Pantheon now after that Raptors were awarded, and he actually did clear them, I believe thanks to Darker Basher taking the early Oracle lens, is not opting to start on the Raptors, is opting to start on red buff, so it's got to be generic clears for both junglers. As we see, Goronim is got to go for a nice early trade with the Foxfire auto attacks as Nico walking up and is taking control of those bushes. Like I said, it's a very important part of the matchup in ranged versus range is that control of the bushes, making sure that you can keep on top of it.
Yeah, and the thing that we see more trading going on in the mid lane, but the thing that I really liked is with Darker Basher taking that sweeper is it's really good to sweep out that vision. However, if you know that ward's there, do it earlier before your Pantheon shows, because now they still always know which way the Pantheon is pathing. Whereas if they did that before he showed up, then they would have been able to literally just hide the Pantheon, and that would exert a larger amount of pressure onto the map.
Yep, and we did see a little snippet of the top lane, as there's the Reflect coming out, and it hits both the Orb and the Charm as well from Goronim. So he's got to take a little bit of damage. But we see in the top lane, PyroX showing why the Aatrox is such a menace in the laning phase, because Master DJ took what should have been a very nice trade, had the minion wave with him, had everything, but PyroX still coming out on top in terms of HP, with one auto attack and hitting one sweet spot on his Q. So we've got to see, as the Charm is actually going to land in the mid lane, the Sovereign takes a big chunk of damage, and here we see almost an all-in come in, but Master DJ is just gonna dash away from that in the top lane. A lot of action going on in this early game, a lot of it, and I'm loving it. It's great.
Interesting here, we get to see one of the junglers is going to prioritize the scuttle, whereas the other one is going for a gank. And now the question is, as Nocturne, you should know that you have a slightly faster clear, so the other jungler isn't completely on. Isn't completely done everything. He could have invaded here, but he opts to just take the safe road and just goes for the other scuttle, especially since his mid laner had backed out.
Yeah, and I think this scuttle is nice to go for as well. You know, your bot lane has got the push. Darker Basher has been completely poked out. He can't roam. Master DJ also as well. I mean, he's on the other side of the map. He can't do anything anyway. But yeah, Ari is on a base timer as well. Pantheon didn't really want to go for it. It's just a handshake of the scuttles. And like you pointed out, just very nice from the Nocturne just to, I mean, try and go for the gank first. And then as Master DJ forced to flash, actually there. As Pyrex has got to look for the flash Q3 sweet spot. Not got to find it. Master DJ playing with fire here on the level up. Does have enough HP to sort of relax a little bit, but could potentially still get dove. Doesn't have the flash, because PyroX is looking to heavily shove this wave in. And the W will not recast, sorry, as Master DJ manages to get out. And after such a promising start for this Hen, he's fallen behind in CS and is forced to stay now because Aatrox is hard shoving, and we're seeing such a great vision of what the top lane was meant to be. For now, as Bard is coming in, Darker Basher is coming into Hugo's Joblin, and he's got to find the stun. The Ignite is going to go down. He's got to try and go for another auto attack, but he won't find it. The objective now, the first Drake. Not sure which Drake it is, as it doesn't have a little icon. The spectator's still not been updated, and it's the Cloud Drake, as Nico is going to get stunned up against the wall, going to take up a fair amount of damage after the recall. And it's been... Go on.
Yeah, and the big thing here is, and I understand why, but I would have preferred him to speed it up. Nocturne decides to go for a double full clear and then just base. He could have shaved a couple of seconds off his clear if he just went in after his scuttle take, went straight into his jungle. Would have been a bit better, but it is what it is. The important part here is that right now Master DJ got back to his lane, and Pantheon was in a position to gank without any vision, but opted to choose not to do so.
Yeah, just going for the safe plays overall, I think, are both teams. Dynamo New Dawn, understandably not wanting to put, not wanting to throw anything out there, really, after what happened in game number 1. And we are seeing very, very slowly but surely the gold lead go up in favor of Abyssal Kittens, I think majoritively in the top lane, thanks to the creep score differential. But you wonderfully picked up on the fact that Nocturne, should be looking to utilize his advantage in the clear speed. But he's now got 6, so this Nocturne now has Paranoia. And Lucifer doesn't have Grand Starfall yet on that Pantheon. He's still looking to clear his bot side before the Drake is looking to be taken. So we see both. Abyssal Kittens actually is the only team really posturing.
Yeah, and so far we see a little the back and forth in top lane. It's always one lane goes over and then it's the other that gets some control. And here it's going to push out to Pyrox, which means that this is where Zahen is at his biggest risky part. Now, Bard.
Dark Bash is going to walk into him, and that might be first blood. It is, and it goes over to the Mel. Sovereign managing to find a nice little roam timer, manages to roam, pick up the kill thanks to the execute on the passive, and the first blood going over to the Mel is big. That can establish a lot of mid control for Abyssal Kittens in the long run.
And this is your downside when you're playing with a sweeper as of level 1. You don't have the same amount of wards. You're very reliant on the Ezreal to put the vision down, which creates these dark pockets. And I love how Abyssal Kittens have realized this and made sure that they abused that to their advantage. So very, very smart, recognizing the situation in the game.
Oh, yeah, Grand Starfall's coming in the top lane as PyroX is going to fall, and the kill is going to be given over to the Zahen. Zahen using the ultimate there as well to get a little bit of extra damage with the ignite. Stops any form of healing. But one thing to pick up on, PyroX did not utilize his ultimate. So there is going to be an ultimate disparity in the top lane. But a very nice gank from Lucifer, utilizing that Grand Starfall before the grubs. And it's looking like all 3 grubs are going to go towards the side of Dynamo New Dawn, despite Hunger Games contesting. Yeah, the second grub goes over, and the third grub too. Very well played by Dynamo New Dawn. Snap on the gank, realized that PyroX was really overextended, pick up the kill, and go and get the objective.
Yeah, and the one thing I think that's a bit ambitious for Hunger Games is you're level 4. You need XP very, very dearly. It's time to get back into a lane and get some XP. However, this is the second time that Hunger Games have set in a random bush, in a Fnatic death bush, so to speak, and it's the second time that it cost Dark Basher his life.
Yeah, Dark Basher caught out again, thanks to the Paranoia, and the Mel once again picking up the kill, but obviously reduced gold value as it's the second death for this Bard in a row without any rebuttal from him in terms of impact on the game. So his gold amount will be less. So it doesn't mean as much, but it's still another kill on the Mel. Gets her further and further ahead as she's taking up a CS lead. But a big one is Hunger Games actually now is going to be caught out. The flash forward from Robbie Nater. He's going to use the ultimate and force out the flash from Hunger Games. He used both his heal and his flash in that exchange. As we see, Just a Fun Life recalling in the bush, watching over his top lane. And that could have potentially been a big kill. A Sovereign using that, oh my god, I've forgotten the name of it, but utilizing the Mel ultimate, almost manages to assassinate Goronim with everything that Mel had, but it wasn't enough, and now Lucifer forced to cover for this mid lane, and almost like what happened in game number 1 is happening again, where these small individual leads generated by the players are now starting to mean a lot more.
I'll help you out with the Mel ultimate. It's as simple as the color you see. It's golden eclipse.
There you go. I remembered it and then I forgot it.
So, but that's a little trick that you can use generally, because it always shows like a golden halo which is how I am able to remember it. That being said, if we look at the lane states, it's 10 minutes have eclipsed, and we got a 20 CS lead in the bot lane, which is fairly considerable, especially since Nico has been roaming away a fair amount. Important to mention, Nico, it's 11 minutes, still level 5, still doesn't have that access to the bot blossom just yet. No, not the bot blossom. I'm blanking at
It's
this
Pop
point.
Blossom, isn't it? As the Enchanted Crystal Arrow will actually land. Sovereign is going to find a follow-up route. Gonna use the volley. Is it going to be enough to kill Robbie Nato? He's going to actually flash and then use the Golden Eclipse. Will pick up the kill, but Sovereign now caught out on the side. The Orb of Deception is going to find the kill. The Grand Starfall's coming in. Kills Hugo's Joblin on the other side. And the long-range spear ensures the double kill. As Master DJ is now going to take the fight with Pyro. He's going to dodge the Q3 sweet spot. Does have the passive with the revive. Pyro's trying his damnedest to get away, but it's not enough. The auto attack means that the Zehen solo kills this Aatrox. And I mean, it's almost like a repeat of last game. That one random play that they try and make means that it's actually gone Dynamo Nudorn's way.
Yeah, and the big thing, all
Paranoia in the mid lane, forcing the flash from Goronim. Flash follow through as the charm is going to land on just a fun life thanks to the stun, utilizing, popping the spell shield. Big stun from Dark Bastion onto 2 as the spear comes in, executes the Nocturne. The stun comes out and Sovereign's got to be close to follow. It's a double kill for this Pantheon, and Lucifer is getting a lot more change out of every play he makes than he made in game number 1. And this Mountain Drake is going to fall the way of Dynamo Nudorn. And for the first time, I think, this game, they take a somewhat commanding gold lead as a pause, as Hugo's Joblin disconnects from the game. Just saw that play and went, you know what? I'm done. Nah, he's probably just disconnected thanks to technical issues. We will be back hopefully shortly. But what a time to pause.
Yeah, the pause timer is not ideal, obviously, but however, and this is what I was going to talk to just earlier today. Just when we were getting past the 11-minute mark, the beautiful thing is Nico was still down the ultimate, very importantly, which obviously had some effect on the team fight that followed afterwards. But more importantly, I'm forgetting now what team. The blue team, it's not the Abyssal Kissins.
Dynamo Nudorn.
Dynamo were down 2k gold, right?
Yeah.
And over the span of, let's say, it is 90 seconds, something along those lines, 90 seconds, all of a sudden they find 2 team fights where a lot goes the way of Dynamo. And right now, we all of a sudden see that Pantheon now has an absolute big lead, whereas the other team now is going to have to do some catching up. And considering their team comp, they're going to have to be flawless for a little while just to catch up again. Because when you're ahead, it's easier to play than when you're behind.
Yep, and both teams are now ready. We will get back into the game shortly. There's going to be a small little artificial delay to keep the spectator delay as close to 3 minutes as possible. Thank you, Riot Games, League of Legends, for keeping competitive integrity intact. As we're back into the game now, as Drake will be started by Dynamo Nudorn, as we saw in the pause just before. And yeah, I want to pick up on something he said about playing near perfectly. I think that is true. I think that is the case because now you have, and another thing to pick up on with that point is the Nocturne is utilizing Hail of Blades rather than something like Conqueror. So Hail of Blades, I personally don't view it as that good a scaling rune. I know that it can be useful, but I think that if Nocturne had something like Conqueror, he'd scale a little bit better into the late game. And the fact that this Nocturne now is behind this Pantheon, or this Pantheon's had more impact, is crazy. As Hunger Games managed to find a very nice double root, very nice cleanse by Robbie Nato, cleanses the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that engage will fall flat as Master DJ is going to dash in to avoid the Q2 sweet spot. And is going to look for an engage onto Pyro X, as both ultimates are available. This could be an all-in from Master DJ, as he actually, no, he's just going to find the airborne thanks to his Q and walk away. Very nice chunk of damage from the Hen, as Goranim's just got to dash forward and pick up the kill, and that is what happens when you are so far ahead. Well, not far ahead, sorry, but you have your first item, Malignance, with your enhanced Merc Treads. The Ashe falls down.
Yeah, and this is where I am slightly concerned, because the fact that this bot lane is not going the way that it should be going is starting to be worrisome. On the other side, you've got the outscaling matchup in the top lane, and Master DJ had a couple of kills earlier. Meanwhile, we do see some more trading in the mid lane. Right now, if you are the Abyssal Kittens, you need to be focusing everything straight into this Mel in the mid lane, who was ahead earlier, got punished for that overstep.
It's a lovely charm from Goranim. As Sovereign's going to use the Golden Eclipse, it's not going to be enough. Goranim doesn't find the Silicos. Actually, the Ignite, I did not think would find the kill onto PyroX, but it does. The last tick of the Ignite just managing to find the kill. And like you said, it's this Nocturne trying to play for Aatrox when really he should be playing for this Mel. And he's got to look for a small little scrap with Master DJ, but he's got to dash in, find a nice chunk of damage onto Just a Fun Life. And this game, like you said, is just going from bad to worse for Abyssal Kittens. It's not going the way that they anticipated. And Dynamo New Dawn, a much, much better showing in this early game than in game number 1. As Master DJ tanks up the 2 tower shots thanks to a route from Hugger Games, and the Herald falls their way. So it's game number 1. We had Abyssal Kittens in the lead at this point. Game number 2, we have Dynamo New Dawn in the lead at this point. We're gonna have to see how Dynamo New Dawn utilize their lead, and yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see how they utilize the lead in comparison to how Abyssal Kittens did, as Dark Basher is gonna look mid. Gonna have his binding reflected by Sovereign, but that now leaves him open to Goranim, who does have that Spirit Rush up as well.
Very important, though, is that Sovereign right now is absorbing a fair amount of pressure. Fair amount of resources are trying to be invested into the RA lane to make sure that you're basically taking away the one contentious spot. Now, I love all this posturing around the bot lane early on, but I don't feel this is not where you want to be.
No, I don't believe so either, as Robinator, his cleanse is just coming back up very shortly. It's not going to be enough, and that's a fantastic Tempered Fate from Darker Basher. The Paranoia is going to come in. The dash away by Robinator, and Darker Basher's got to find Just a Fun Life as the 1-for-1 as whose Jobslum manages to pick up Robinator on the dive, and now it's another. Are they going to attempt to dive again? Darker Basher's running forward. The Grand Starfold coming in from Lucifer. The flash forward. They're going to try and hunt down this Nika. The root is going to come through as the stun won't land, but the slow will, and there's the stun. The stun will land and Nico will fall, and in the end, it's a 1-for-2 on the extended play. But PyroX did get a solo kill. I think it was a over-aggressive and over-ambitious dive by Master DJ. Gets killed, and now PyroX is left free to push in this top lane and take the plates.
Yeah, and it feels like Master DJ was feeling himself just a little bit too much right there. I understand that being 3 kills up is all good and nice. However, you do got to realize that until Zen gets access to those 2 items, it's still a Aatrox favored matchup, which Master DJ got the reminder of, and we can hope that will be all he needs in terms of reminding, because otherwise he could be throwing away a lead which should not happen technically. However, if we look at the gold difference here, 2k gold lead for Dynamo. It was 4.5k, so they are slowly but surely chipping away at this.
Hugo Jobslam is going to be caught out in the bot lane. I think the Lucifer just kind of walked up and killed him. Even through the barrier was not enough for the Ashe, and the Ashe now falls just as the Drake is spawning. Not the time you want your ADC to die. And yeah, this is a very rough game now for Abyssal Kittens. They're really working. They're going to have to work very hard at this game. This game is going to scale into the late game if they want to get any, if they want to get a victory out of this, unless Dynamo Nudon opts to throw it away. As a 6-0 Pantheon is there, as Robbie Nater's got to come in on the Herald, as Goranim's going to find the kill. The Paranoia is going to come in for the near sight, but Robbie Nater is just going to tank everything that Just Alive can throw at him. The dash forward, everything used. Just a Fun Life manages to get out thanks to the flash. And a drifting Herald coming in to try and make a pick in the mid lane was not what I was expecting today, but as the charm does land from Goranim onto Hunger Games, he's forced to utilize his clone to get out. And Hugo's Joblum is just left to wave clear as Master DJ and PyroX continue their trades in the top lane. As PyroX is going to find himself some nice damage there with the Qs. As he's pulled back in, and PyroX is going to miss everything there as Lucifer steals the red buff.
Yeah, and it's these small trades that Master DJ has to keep on taking. However, looks like we're getting a
that's rough. Yeah, PyroX got hit on the dash with the pullback, and Darker Basher and Lucifer were there. Stun him up, even through the ultimate. It's just not enough, and the kill goes over to the Pantheon, I believe.
And once again, we do see this gold lead growing again. Abyssal Kittens had managed to shrink it somewhat. However, right now, back up to the 5k, close to the 5k range, 4.5, which was earlier. And generally, the teetering range, if I recall correctly, is 6k, so it's slowly going up there. Meanwhile, a nice little crystalline arrow to force some turret shots for Master DJ, but he's not in any danger of dying just yet.
No, yeah, absolutely. And one thing to pick up on is the Spirit Rush is going to be used by Goranim. He's not even going to try and charm. He doesn't even need to, as the root is going to come out onto Goranim. The flash, the charm is then going to be used. Didn't charm straight away, but the shutdown does go over to this Nocturne. Just a Fun Life now against Lucifer. The Pop Blossoms coming in, manages to pick up both Darker Basher as Just Fun Life just gets absolutely executed out of the water. Now Lucifer's going to get chased down by Hugo's Joblum. Darker Basher here to help him escape, and we're not going to see the chase down. It's a 2-for-1. Ari used a flash, but a very nice bait. Was going to bait the flash charm. Flash didn't charm. Sovereign used the reflect, and then the charm came out, which meant that the Mel couldn't escape from Lucifer, and Lucifer picks up the kill in the end on that play, as the Tempered Fate is going to miss Hugo's Joblum, but Lucifer is going to flash forward, going to find the stun. There's the barrier. There's the Comet Spear, as Dark Patch is going to flash forward. Pray that the auto will do it, as the heal from Bard actually manages to but the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from downtown picks up the shutdown. Master DJ and PyroX having a little bit of a scrap in the top lane, but mid lane as well, they're still chasing. CC immune from Master DJ. PyroX is going to use the ultimate to manage to dodge out of that one. The dash backwards. Master DJ now has the passive to revive. PyroX is going to attempt to go back in, but won't get any change out of it. Master DJ now is going to walk away. Paranoia is up for Just a Fun Life, but he doesn't have the passive anymore. And it's also going to take a long time to stack up. He's nearsighted. He's fleed. Is it going to be a kill? There's the smite. He's going to flash away, but it's the rest of Abyssal Kittens that are here, and Sovereign finally manages to pick up the kill and put Master DJ out of his misery on that chase.
And I got to say, I very much like how Just a Fun Life got close, realized the kill was secured and that he didn't have to take it, and gave it over to Sovereign, because Sovereign is going to be one of the people who's going to have to try and carry this game. Just a Fun Life, as much as you are going to have fun during your next games, it won't be for this one, I feel.
Yeah, I don't feel. Yeah, he's not having a fun life at all as the Grand Starfall comes in from Lucifer. He does actually dodge the Comet Spear, does Pyro X, but it's not enough. It's just a very simple auto attack takedown for this Pantheon. 10-1 now for Lucifer. A complete night and day performance shift from when he was on this Darius from game number 1. And we can actually you can tell the difference as well in how Dynamo Nudon are playing, that Lucifer has got his hands on a champion that he's very confident on. He knows the gang timings, he knows the clear path, he knows how to maintain his impact in the game throughout, because Pantheon is one of those champions where a lot of people look at him and they go, oh, well, don't worry, guys. After 27 minutes, it's fine. He's fallen off. He can't scale that well anymore. But it seems like Lucifer knows how to keep this high-impact Pantheon rolling as the team, as Dynamo New Dawn as a team set up for this Drake.
Yeah, and this Dragon should go over without much contest. We'll put them on soul point. And the more important objective, I feel like right now, is the one that they're going to be looking at is probably the Nash. What I would be curious to see is if production would be kind enough to throw over a little vision onto the gold differences so that we can see exactly where it is. I got a feeling that the bot lane actually might be a lot closer than it is, and it is a minor gold lead even for Hugo's Job Blossom. That we do end up seeing there. Mid lane's even, but we see a very, very big difference in both the jungle, the top lane, and a minor one in the support. So it's very top favored right now, top side favored for Dynamo, and I feel like you should be able to try and pressure this out to make sure you can try and play for that Nash.
Yeah, and Pyrox actually
more trading.
Yeah, he got baited in by his own W, pulling Zehen out of his Q3, so Q2 sweet spot, as we're going to see Pyrex utilize the ultimate here, and Master DJ is just going to get absolutely blitzed down. The Tempered Fate is going to land onto the Aatrox, but it's not going to be enough to keep him out of the fight for long. Just a Fun Life is going to get picked up by UC Lucifer on the side. Goranim going to get actually dashed on, but Robbie Nater is just going to auto attack down this Aatrox. Dynamo New Dawn had the move, had the play ready, and DJ sacrifices his life for Dynamo New Dawn, and they turn their attention to this Baron.
Did I just see things weirdly, or did Aatrox just take the reverse portal of Bard?
I think he was trying to like break the ankles a little bit, but Dynamo New Dawn had every option covered there.
Sure,
I think that is exactly what happened.
I felt like his dash should still be down of Aatrox, so I was like, hang on, wait a minute, did he just take the weird portal there? But in the end, he still dies, nonetheless. And we do see a 4K gold lead. The lead was going back down. It's being opened up yet again, and it feels like Abyssal Kittens continuously, each time that they finally start getting closer, nudging ever so slightly to closing down that gold lead, they end up making a little overextension or a little over-aggressive play, which forces us back up the 4K. And right now the question is going to be, what can Dynamo do with this Baron buff? Because for now it feels like everybody is just clearing everything out in the jungle, and then it's time to really get onto the rift and make sure that you're ready to lay a proper siege.
Yeah, and it seems like a lot of attention is now being focused towards this bot side. I thought, honestly, that they would have continued the attention topside, as it seems to be working out quite well for them as Darker Basher got a look in. The Paranoia is going to be used. The Grand Starfall from Lucifer is just going to be used seemingly more as a zoning tool as Hunger Games gets completely chunked out, and thanks to True Shot Barrage, is going to be basically out of this fight and needs to recall. Lucifer on the hunt is going to force Hunger Games to base in an even worse position, as the Comet Spear is not going to be enough. It's actually just going to dodge as the clone gets stunned, and I don't believe killed, but just stunned before it despawned. And now we see Dynamo New Dawn going to utilize the fact that they've managed to chunk them away to pick up both the bot lane tower and the mid lane tower.
I gotta say, I do like what the Abyssal Kittens have done. Make sure that at least one lane is pushing really far away. Worst case scenario here is that you lose 2 inhibs. Becomes a lot harder if you do, but you can still manage that. And now you just got to focus all your wave clear on 2 lanes, which frees up a whole lot of things. So I really like what they've done here. Make sure that you push out
the Enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Darker Basher as Hugo Jobslam is finally going to announce himself into this game. He's going to find the slow. There's a Tempered Fate. It's actually going to connect onto the Ash, and this is awful news as the cleanse actually going to come from Robinator. The Golden Eclipse is going to find the Ezreal. Darker Basher is going to be forced out as just a Fun Life is going to go down to Lucifer. Goranim on the backline is going to spirit rush towards them. Flash forwards as Lucifer's actually shut down by Sovereign. Hugo's Joblam has just been left alone on the side. Sovereign's going to flash away from Master DJ's ult, and now it's two basically melee champions in the room, as Goranim is going to go into melee range, but can't find anything. I believe he had everything on cooldown. DJ is going to get kited out by Hugo's Joblum, and Darker Basher is the only one remaining for Dynamo New Dawn, as Pyrox is going to chase him down. There's the slow. There's not going to be enough to follow up on that chase, and they're gonna now turn their attention to the mid lane push. It seems as Hugo's Joblum actually is going to turn his attention to the river as the Drake is spawning.
And the big thing here is, and this is, let's say, Master DJ's unlucky part, is he was on 11 of his 12 passive stacks. He just needed one auto attack or land one ability.
Ooh, the True Shot Barrage. Almost.
Good attempt from the Ezreal with the True Shot Barrage. But that being said, it was really, his revive was really close. They nearly got it off, and I think that if he revives there's a massive problem that they'd have to solve right after, because he's going to be coming out with a fair amount of HP there. So very good job making sure that you get your abilities onto the priority target right there. And for now, Abyssal Kittens have bought themselves another 5 minutes.
Yeah, they have done, and it's a very, very well executed engage. And Hugo's Joblum, I was going to comment on it before. It seemed like he was quite sort of not really a bit non-existent in this game. He's kind of just been farming away, keeping his head down, doing everything right on this Ashe. Has 10 CS a minute in the AD carry role, and now his first real big fight, he made such a massive impact. He found such a nice enchanted Crystal Arrow onto Darker Basher. Robbie Nater then also was caught out of position thanks to the massive engage. It's just a fun life. It's also going to be caught out here as the enchanted Crystal Arrow is actually going to land onto the Ahri, but he's not going to be stunned for long. The Paranoia is going to come in, Spirit Rush away. The Tempered Fate is going to go wildly wide as Robbie Nater is caught out in a little bit of a bad position. And here, Goranim's actually got to find the dash and the charm, but the Mystic Shot follow-up is not going to hit, as the Reflect on the Comet Spear, or the Spear, is just going to deal a tiny bit of chunk damage.
Yeah, but look at the bot lane. Look at where Zahen is. This has been a 4v5 the entire time, and that means that Zahen is just going to open up the bot side, and he's even going to take the inhib. Meanwhile, they are able to pick off Just a Fun Life. But still, this is absolutely big.
And Zahen is very much dead here as Hugo's Joblum manages to pick up that kill there. But we're seeing massive push in the top lane. Bard, Ahri, and Pantheon all here to pick up this tier 2. And yeah, they've lost the inhib in the bot lane, and now they've lost the tier 2 in the top lane. It's a lot of gold going down as there's the flash forward. Sorry, the Hextech put about forward onto Liz for the Pop Blossom, but there's so much damage coming out from this Ashe, but Goranim manages to dash onto the backline, but he's not got any damage. He misses everything as the Ashe picks up the kill onto the Ahri, but Ashe falls to Ezreal. Robbie Nader's here to pick up everything that he needs to, as it's a triple kill for the Ezreal. Only Nico remains, and I think they're going to look potentially to actually, they're pinging the Baron. They're not going to end the game. They did have a wave coming in, but they're not going to end, but they are going to look towards this Baron.
I very much like the Baron call here, because yes, you can open up the base, but it's not going to grant you a whole lot of extra stuff. Meanwhile, this Baron, because the 2 other members should be coming up shortly, will mean Baron for 5 members, and as Abyssal Kittens, you cannot challenge this. There just is no good way to take this, so I really like what they've done. It also means that with the inhib down now, you can just Baron up 2 lanes, and it will be pressure on all 3 lanes, so this is most certainly a very winning play. Also, the other thing which I wanted to refer back to is in a team fight, yes, the Ashe is ahead, but remember, Ashe is an immobile carry, and look what you have on the opposing side. You've got an Ezreal who can dance around, you've got an Ahri who can dance around, you've got a Bard who is literally just zooming around the map with his Deadman's Plate. So plenty of ways to actually get access to it, and right now it becomes really important. That Pop Blossom that was used aggressively, I like the idea of it. However, as soon as that Pop Blossom is gone, you basically have no peel anymore for this Ashe, who is in desperate need, and currently, probably, along with Sovereign, you're one of 2 potential win conditions.
Yeah, and speaking of Sovereign, I want to pick up on something. He's picked up the Crypt Bloom, actually, not Cinder Bloom, the Crypt Bloom. A bit more of a supportive magic penetration item. as we're going to see Dark Basher look for the binding, but he's not going to find it. As the flash forward, he's actually going to go onto Hunger Games. He's going to force you to pop loss and defensive with the Enchanted Crystal coming out the route onto Master DJ. He's got to fall very fast as the Crypt Bloom goes. And look at the healing. Hunger Games is back up to half HP after falling so low. And 30 seconds before the Drake spawns, Zehen is down for 20 seconds post-spawn. But Dynamo Nudon, I think they're trying to think that they could do this. As Goridim actually finds the assassination onto Ash with the Spirit Rush and Foxfire. That was a fantastic assassination by this Ari. And now it's all onto Sovereign for Abyssal Kittens. Robbie Nater potentially, no, he's got to dodge the route, utilizing the fact that he can dance around like you were saying. And what was such a nice pick and counter engage by Abyssal Kittens, they overchase it and get assassinated by this Ari, and the Ash has fallen. They lack the damage. They can't really look to contest. And and now Soul Point, Infernal Soul on an Ari and an Ezreal is going over, and Pantheon is going over, as the Paranoia is actually going to come in. He's got nothing to steal it away, but he's not going to find it. And Just a Fun Life stunned up, killed, and well, just executed summarily after that play. And now it's all for Dynamo New Dawn. The flash away by Sovereign. Believed that Lucifer's going to try and follow up, but cannot. And the pushing wave in mid lane.
I very much like the attempt from Just a Fun Life to get that dragon, because he realizes that basically that's going to put the nail into his coffin. Now, the more important part is earlier, yes, they got a really nice pick, but they had used so many ultimates to get that basically they'd had to group up and really protect that Ash. And right now, as soon as I mentioned earlier, as soon as that Pop Blossom is gone, you've got no more peel. They can just come in and get out with basically impunity and just assassinate this Ash. Look at how this Ash has to just walk away from the wave because only Ari is standing there. And this is only Ari, not even Ezreal or Zehen or any of the other champions.
Yeah, and this Ash, I believe, like you were saying, just left a little bit in no man's land, really. But I think also that is akin as well to Abyssal Kittens overchasing. They were chasing into a place where they didn't have vision, and they were trying their best because I think they got a little bit eager that they got the pick onto the Zehen. They're like, oh, it's a 5v4. We can look for this. And then Ari was just waiting in the sidelines. And this Ari even has Medjai's, only 6 stacks, but still has a Medjai's nonetheless. So you don't want her to get stacking that at all. As a True Shot Barrage did get used in the mid lane to try and find some picks as pings are coming out onto Lucifer and Darker Basher. They recognize that. Abyssal Kittens are going to back away. But yeah, I think that play, that was the flash forward from Darker Basher. Going to miss the Cosmic Binding. But the misplay before they got Ash killed, I think, was just pushing a bit too far without vision.
Yeah, and once again, the Crystalline Arrow gets thrown out, seeing if they can pick anything. But right now, it feels like Dynamo can just kite it back and just wait for the other lanes to come in. I would have preferred them to get up for a 4-1, putting 4 people in the top lane and 1 person in the bot lane with Master DJ could very easily go there. Because then this would really cause some problems for Abyssal Kittens. Right now, they can just keep catching up with mid waves and rotate their wave clear into this top lane. So I do feel that they're not playing it optimally. I guess they'll just have to reset and just think it over again. And maybe they get this right, because right now we do see Zehen moving towards the bot side.
Yeah, and doing exactly what he said, right? Sends Zehen to the bot side, try and cause some issues. Because all that's happening right now is just their handshaking on waves. And even with the Ezreal siege, it's just not enough for Dynamo New Dawn. And it feels like Baron is really the crux. Like, they need this Baron Nashor to empower the minions, force Ash or Mel to stay a little bit cooped up further than, for longer than they would like, as Hunger Games is forced away, trying to contest the vision. And yeah, the Baron Nashor spawning in 10 seconds. I think this is going to be a big Baron, because this could be potentially the last Baron of this game.
I'm also somewhat surprised that neither of the top laners, well, they've taken a handshake on this, have picked up any anti-heal. because considering what both champions do, they love healing, and currently none of that is used as the Dynamo does start up the Nash.
Crystal Goranim's going to tank that. The paranoia, the Tempered Fate, they come in on the asphalt, but it's stolen by Just a Fun Life, and it's now all down. Dark Match actually falls. It's a shutdown going over to the Nocturne, and everyone gets out as the Grand Starfall's going to come in from UC Lucifer. He's not going to find anything as Just a Fun Life uses the blast going to escape, and everyone now on Abyssal Kittens has this Baron buff, and that's such a morale boost for this game for Abyssal Kittens, because they get a kill, they get the Baron, and everyone gets out with their life. Everyone has this Baron buff. It makes it just that little bit easier to contest this Elder Drake coming up in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
Yeah, this is absolutely massive and a beautiful steal from Just a Fun Life, because right now they need to think about how to set up properly. You want the top lane, so right now you kind of need to move Aatrox over to the top lane because he's the one with the teleport. Make sure that there is
paranoia being used on the bot lane as the camera has got to take its time getting us to the bot lane, as Master DJ is going to attempt to play this 1v4, but he's just completely slowed. He's actually got a flash, try and take the wave. It's not enough. Actually, no, he auto attacks the wave for the resurrection, but it's got to be a route followed up with absolutely everything in Abyssal Kitten's arsenal, and they find the pick, they find the kill, and it's 40 seconds before Drake spawns. And again, Zehen picked off on a side lane before an important objective spawns. It's now on the rest of Dynamo New Dawn to try and win this Drake.
Yeah, it's a very important pick-off, especially the passive was also down, so that makes it a tad more annoying for Master DJ to fight around this objective. Now, I am still somewhat surprised that they're not sending anybody top lane. They've got a big wave there, and they could easily push this in.
Yeah. Oh, massive Spirit Rush Charm onto the Nico, but it's got to be encountered with an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and the Ari has been picked off now by PyroX. The Grand Starfall coming in from UC Lucifer. He's going to be forced to just utilize that to regroup with the team. The Elder Drake has spawned, and there's no Ari for 50 seconds. It's a massive amount of HP on this Drake, but with how far we are into this game, it's been absolutely shredded. Sovereign's waiting in the bush. He's got to find the route onto Dark Basher. The Tempered Fate's going to go in. Lucifer is now in the pit on his own. He doesn't find the steal. It actually falls to the Ash. There was no smite from anyone. The Resurrection coming in for this Pantheon. He's got to try and find the stun onto Ash, but it gets shut down. Dark Basher's got to run away. Sovereign's got to utilize the Reflect onto Robbie Nate. He's going to actually find a flash forward. He's got a Zonya's just not get followed up with the Mystic Shot. He's going to manage to find a way out, Robbie Nate, and so is Dark Basher. Master DJ, apologies, is gonna respawn, make his way to the bot side to try and support his team, but a TP's coming in mid, and this could be the end of the game, the final push for Abyssal Kittens. They were down for so long in this game. They've only just now taken the goal lead after what felt like an eternity of them being behind, as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow is gonna force the shift from Ezreal to Dodge. The TP coming in from PyroX. They want to end this game, and they want to end this now.
Yeah, but I think that they're going to have to back off, because after that, Two-Stop Barrage clipped both Mel and, if I'm correct, the Hunger Games. It means that this push is going to become a lot more risky. So they're just going to secure some gold, probably take a full reset despite the TP invested from Pyrox, and see if they can find another fight afterwards.
I mean, it's looking very positive, isn't it, for Abyssal Kittens? That's two big objectives in a row now. Baron Nashor and then the Elder Drake. This Elder Drake, such a powerful buff now. And I know the changes came in quite a while back, but since the changes, this Drake has been extremely impactful in any game it's featured in. And it's always such a key objective.
Yeah, it is a very key objective, but as soon as that times out, it doesn't change the fact that for Abyssal Kittens, your team comp is kind of getting outscaled at this point. So they really need to find a way to get something more out of this Elder Dragon and see if they can force another fight and maybe get a pick or two. Because otherwise, I do feel that it's just going to, once this buff runs out, which should be about another, I think it's another 30 seconds on the first one, it's just going to mean that it's just going to reset back to the previous state where you're going to have to protect your Ashe with an exquisite amount of peel or whatever you can muster, and see if you can get that going.
Yeah,
I do like their idea here of trying to knock down all these T2s, making sure that the map becomes as large as possible, and that Dynamo has no more safe space outside of their base.
Yeah, absolutely agree. I do love the idea. I think this is what Dynamo New Dawn should have been doing kind of from the start. As soon as they got a lead and got the first Baron, was just sieging all over the map, just making sure that, you know, Abyssal Kittens are stretched thin. They can't group together because that's where the strength of their composition comes from. If that requires them to do a 1-3-1 on the split with Pantheon in the side, with the Zehen on the other side of the map, because you have Ezreal Bard, right? Ari, they can sit mid. They have a lot of dashes. They have a lot of safety. So, but we can talk about the past all we want. We have the current present game in front of us. Hung against the scene. Crystal is actually going to land onto DJ. Looks like they're going to try and find the engage as the Tempered Fate is going to land onto both Aatrox and Ashe. That's a massive pop blossom into the backline. It's going to land onto 3. The Paranoia on top. Sovereign finds the Bard on that fight. The Pantheon's going to follow suit. The Charm, but the health bars just aren't going down from the side of Abyssal Kittens. And is potentially, no, Pyrox steals the potential Penta, picks up the kill onto Goronim. He's got a flash Q3 sweet spot. No pullback, but Robbie Nater against the world. He's going to be forced to flash away. Only has his cleanse now, and he's going to be arcane shifting away. He's going to utilize that True Shot Barrage, but it's not going to be enough. And Abyssal Kittens, literally from the abyss of this game, it looked so lost. It looked so over. It was not. They pull it back, and it's 2-0 to Abyssal Kittens.
And very importantly, I was just about to mention something, but unfortunately the fight broke out right after. If you looked at the lane states of Abyssal Kittens, they were really favored for them. So even if they took a bad fight, or the Baron potentially wouldn't not have gone over to them, they would have still been in a fine position with Dynamo having to clean up their lane states. And I really do like this early on. This does show a lot of information, and especially a lot of coordination and map awareness of what to do and to set up prior to an objective.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I think it was, you know, Abyssal Kittens as well, a little bit, you know, showing like, oh, well, you know, you can't end the game after having 20 minutes of dominance. Okay, we'll show you how to end the game. And they did that. They very much did that. It was a masterclass, I think, of how to end a game there from Abyssal Kittens. And they played it really well. And the positive thing for them is that game number 1, they stomped. Game number 2, they were being absolutely just demolished. Their composition wasn't online. They were taking fights that they shouldn't have been taking. Loads of different little things that were going wrong for them. But they banded together, they stayed together as a team, and then they realized, wait a minute, our Ashe and our Mel, they're kind of strong.
Yeah, and the thing is they were they really had to shovel the chips into the middle, so to speak. They really went for it, and they made sure that they did that out of a position of strength. And this is like League of Legends often boils down to minute details. Have you checked? And whenever you do a Baron dance or an Elder dance or whatever it is, you got to make sure that you check a couple of things. First off, do I have a clear path of vision towards it? Check. Okay, right. Less chance that they pick us off, or they have to really do an exceptional job at it. Right. Number 2, how are my lane states? Okay, for Abyssal Kittens, nearly all pushing. Check. We can go on to that. If we take a bad team fight, it's not the worst. We can reset and probably go again afterwards. Dynamo will take some time in fixing that. And then 3 is just making sure that you got your priority targets sorted, because this is the thing that I really liked when they were playing in that final team fight. They knew what the problem was. Ashe had to go first. They were very quickly onto that, making sure that they were turtling up so that nobody had access to the Ashe. And the Ahri just went first. Sorry, because the Ahri had to go first. And then after that, it was literally just like, first target up, that's the person we're focusing. Straight front to back team fight at the end, all while making sure they turtled a maximum amount towards protecting the Ash.
Yeah, absolutely right. You perfectly, just protecting this Ash. Their target selection was incredible, and also as well that one thing I really want to pick up on it is the final team fight. The sequencing of crowd control in that team fight was fantastic. I mean, all credit to Hunger Games. He found such an incredible flank on that Nico with the Pop Blossom and the Zonya so that he couldn't even be punished for that as well. Even with the Tempered Fate onto the Aatrox and the Ash in the backline, there was still so much damage coming through from Sovereign, from Just a Fun Life on that Nocturne, that the pick was so nice. And the front line of Dynamo New Dawn just melted away. But we are heading into game number 3, I think, actually.
Wow.
Straight away. I mean, teams did not want a break today. As we are gonna watch, we're gonna watch the draft phase as Caitlyn is now banned away by Dynamo New Dawn, who did opt for the blue side. As Abyssal Kittens, I think they're just gonna keep the same 3 bans. Kha'Zix, Thresh, Jarvan. It's been working for them. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I was about to say exactly the same thing. No need to change anything. However, for Dynamo, I do like the the change towards the Caitlyn, because if I recall correctly, Caitlyn was not banned previous series. So it looks like they're looking for something new, something else. I like that very much. Adaptations and quick adaptations. I'm surprised they're going for a team draft this quickly, because after having led such a majority and then losing it at the end, that is something that can do something to the mental. Meanwhile, we do see a Jax banned yet again, and this Jax has been banned before, so that's one that they're like, we ain't going to give that at any price, no matter what happens here. We'll make sure that they are that gets removed. And then as the answer, of course, the Thresh gets removed, so that I'm assuming that Jarvan will be the final ban for the Abyssal Kittens. And the question is, for Dynamo, what will you do in the meanwhile?
It'd be interesting to see how Dynamo New Dawn approach first pick, because the Inara actually, instead of the Jarvan, is banned away. So now as Dynamo New Dawn, do you take it? The Syndra actually is going to be picked, and Jarvan is going to be hovered straight away by Abyssal Kittens, as we might potentially see it locked in. You'd like to hope so, considering that they've left it open and they banned Janara instead, with the Gwen ban from Dynamo New Dawn. Syndra insta-lock, which is, like you said, you were quite praised, like you were full of praise for Syndra as a blindable mid laner, and they've done exactly that. And it's looking like it's going to get punished with LeBlanc.
This is it's slightly favored towards the LeBlanc. However, if you can interrupt her dash, then all of a sudden LeBlanc can really get punished afterwards. So this is it's going to be an interesting matchup if they choose to opt for this.
It is.
And it is locked in, so that's the important part. Now, LeBlanc plus Jarvan, I'm always interested to seeing this, because for me, whenever I see a Syndra, there's kind of like an easier option into her, which is insanely strong with the Jarvan. That's the Galio. You could have easily gotten away with the Galio mid laner here, which would have done a great job at neutralizing. Meanwhile, we do see Mundo getting picked up, and I gotta say, I like this very much. First, you remove the Gwen, make sure that counter is gone. And now you can just, quite frankly, pick up the Mundo, and there aren't a whole lot of decent options left into him, whereas Corki is an excellent AD carry to pair up with Syndra and Mundo. So I gotta say, I like this team comp so far from Dynamo. Looks like they had an idea and they were like, let's go and get that dub that has eluded us so far.
Yeah, I agree. I really like this composition from Dynamo New Dawn so far. Syndra, and the best part about Syndra is as well, she can deny the flag and drag as well from Jarvan with the push. As Twitch is going to be locked in for Abyssal Kittens into the Corki. So Corki, Twitch in the bot lane, you would be strongly inclined to believe. And I do like Twitch. I think Twitch is a very fun champ to watch. to glide with. But also as well, just in this scenario, Syndra has a choice to make. Does she try and find the stun on Twitch and pick him off if Twitch gets fed? Or does she save the push away for LeBlanc and Jarvan and for self-peel or to peel for the team? And when you force a Syndra into a decision like that, Syndra instantly loses a lot of urgency around the game. Because if she has to make that decision, she's automatically going to pick the self-peel option. She kind of has to, because if she leaves herself open and exposed, it's not going to be a fun time for her. She's just going to get blasted by LeBlanc and Jarvan. So Twitch at the moment doesn't have much going in the way of oppressive dive tools that he has to be concerned about. As we're seeing the bans, Milio obviously banned away by Dynamo New Dawn and Abyssal Kittens, banning away the Brahmin and Nautilus, sticking with their banning engage supports on the second phase.
And the second ban should be the Lulu here. That's the logical option. Make sure you remove that from the Twitch. Oh, it's Nami. Okay, so that means that Lulu's definitely on the cards. Or even a Yuumi if they really wanted to. Two invisible. Well, if Twitch goes invisible, Yuumi goes invisible with Twitch. So that could also be a really nasty pairing to show up. I'm curious to see what they're going to pair it with. My initial guess would be a Lulu here. It would make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But we will see that in a second. And there we go. We do get the Lulu. So that...
Sorry, Soraka was teased. I was about to question a lot of things, but I know the Lulu. Yeah, Lulu are very strong, because Lulu as well, as much as it provides a lot for Twitch, right? If you pick something engaged like Leona, I was about to say Alistair, but Alistair has been played. Leona, okay, Pike's a pretty good option, but like, so if you were to pick something like Leona, Lulu does so well into matchups like that. So picking someone like the Pike that can go invisible, can appear out of the fog of war, already charging his hook, or even hook from the fog of war, can make Lulu's life and Twitch's life just a little bit more miserable. My only issue is that with the Corki, will the follow-up damage be there? Corki in the early game can't spell rotate or can't spell sling as much as he would like. As Kayn is actually going to get locked in the jungle. That is an interesting pick.
Whoa. That's an interesting pick, and then some, because this is going to cause them a bit of a. Kayn is a very unique play style, so it's going to be curious to see how they will resolve this. I mean, if you want to overcook this slightly, you could put Kayn top and Mundo mid. I've seen it done before, but so far it looks like they're going to keep this bog standard. And we are going to get a Cassante to answer the Mundo. I'm trying to remember, but if my memory serves, there is a bit of max HP damage on the Entofus of
Cassante. I believe so. Yeah, it's the passive strike, isn't it? Afterwards, that has the max HP damage on top of it. So a very, very very smart decision to go the Cassante.
Yeah, it's the decision to go. Meanwhile, while we are waiting for a little bit of for the next game, I suggest we throw this into a quick short break before the next game starts, and we will be back on the flip side. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This time it's my turn to do the introduction because in the meanwhile we have another caster change. Atomica has taken his leave, and right now I will be joined by Day Zero, also known as Hair Zero, or for those who know him better, Jack.
Hello. First cast back on the lovely Zenith League this season, so I'm happy to be back. And we are coming into what is game point right now. Abyssal Kittens have taken game one. From my understanding, was a stomp, and then game two they were losing pretty hard, and now they were able to pull it back. And so we have to look here at Dynamo New Dawn and think, are they out here right now? You know, the mental situation they must be in, having been stomped, then in game two getting a large lead and throwing it. Game three, you know, we look at some of these picks, we look at the Pike, we look at the Kayn, very like what I would call idiosyncratic champions. They're not the things you see in competitive, they're not the things you see in these kind of tournaments unless the person is insane on them. So we're gonna really be watching at Darker Basher and UC Lucifer to see if they can make these picks work. We can see it's the Conqueror on the Kayn as well, which means it's probably going for Red Kayn or Rast. So, you know, he's going to be a little bit of that kind of frontline drain tank, which is at least a little more standard. I think Blue Kayn is true solo queue, but, you know, we're happy to see how this Kayn can play here. Where are you going to be looking, Mahaswara, in this game?
Yeah, I'm going to be looking forward most to is the top lane, for the very simple reason that you secured the Mundo. You made sure that there weren't a whole lot of decent counter options left. And then you ended up with Cassante, who does have some max percent HP damage on those Entofo strikes. So it's... for me, it kind of rests on the top lane. If that Mundo can become an absolute menace and an absolute monster where it can just outright tank Hugo's Job Blossom, the damage provided by the Twitch, then I am going to say that might be a way back into this game. But we will see. In the other lane for me that's going to be big is this mid lane, because basically as Syndra, as long as you push back any distortion from LeBlanc, then you should be fine on that regard. So just that for me is going to be the big one. And meanwhile, I gotta say, Sovereign continuously dashes towards the side, never in a straight line, make it really hard for Goranim to properly push him back.
Yeah, no, it's being really well played here. We can see very low mana bars there between the two of them. Goranim taking the worst of that trade. Meanwhile, Master DJ here taking a bit of an iffy trade in the top lane. You know, Mundo is one of those champions. He really wants to get to that first item to be able to kind of start taking over the game, right? In this early stage, this is where he's probably going to be abusable, and we can see just the fun life is hovering. I don't know if there's anything to get here. If Master DJ has his passive up, it might just be a flash at that, but he doesn't seem to be aware, and it looks like he's going to get caught out here. Flag and Drag is going to come out, and that's going to be first blood over to just a fun life there. Happy to take that. Good to find some impact there straight off of his first reset as well. You know, he took the base, he got double longswords, so he's packing more heat than the average jungler at that point in time, and he just goes straight for that kill. He's gonna be more than happy with that extra 400 gold in his pocket. But the lane you didn't speak about is, funnily enough, the lane I am kind of looking at, because prior to Mundo just dying there, in my mind, if Twitch does not get ahead, I think they severely struggle to kill Mundo. And so, you know, they've got this lane here. It's Pike and Corki. Should be a kill lane. They should be able to kill Lulu or Twitch if they focus all of their intent on that person, right? You know, they land a hook on that person. They land all the damage. Robinator on this Corki is going to have tons of DPS in the early game. The Gatling gun is genuinely one of the most oppressive abilities on an early game AD carry. And I think Twitch might have a hard time getting out of lane if they play it correctly. As we see here, it looks like they're going to try, but oh, that did hit. But it was at the last frame before he goes, and so it doesn't actually stop the base there of Twitch. And yeah, my eyes right now are going to be on that Corki, on that Pike, because if they don't get a lead, they get outscaled really hard against this Twitch Lulu, right? Once we get 2 items on both of these AD carries, I think that Twitch Lulu is infinitely worse for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. I think they're going to have a really hard time dealing with Twitch if he doesn't get shut down. And right now, he's pretty much at parity. You know, they've both got components here. They're both at about 45 CS. We're going to see Dynamo New Dawn sneak a little first Drake take there. So that's at 5.5 minutes. Is on good timing for them. So really well played by them to catch that there. But yeah,
And not only that, it's the best dragon to have early game because it gives you some sustain, gives you a bit more mana as well. So that is one of the most valuable dragons to have early on. I also like very much the fact that you do this little stat check or vision check, like I like to call
Hold
it.
up, Hunger Games is going to get caught out here. Going to get hit by the hook, and in comes the Gatling gun by Robinator. You see Lucifer is here on the side, but it looks like, I don't know, there's a good amount of damage that's come out there by the Twitch, but Twitch is going to have to watch Hunger Games just walk it to the other side of their lane, and that's going to be a free kill here handed over to the Kane. I kind of wish it went on to Robinator, though. I think it would be better served on the Corki, but you know what? We get our jungler ahead here. Just the Fun Life is hanging in the wings here, but I don't know if there's much to be gained. You see Lucifer does go back, and think that's going to be the end of this play, although J4 is sitting there. He's been sitting there for a while. His entire top side is up, but Pike is going to be the bait, and Cataclysm's going to come out. Darker Basher is going to go down. Spoon feed the kill to the Twitch, and that is the difference. That is why Abyssal Kittens are 2-0 right now, because they know, oh, they're Wincon here. The Twitch is the Wincon, and Pyro is gonna throw a little bit there. The millisecond I glaze their team, they have to do something to make me sound like I'm talking out of my ass. But you know what? Valid. I appreciate you for keeping me on my toes as he goes for the dive there, but it was an ambitious play. And that is gonna set Mundo up here. You know, he did get that first death, earlier, but the gold didn't go to Kazante. It went to Jarvan, and so didn't really have a meaningful impact outside of XP. And oh, hold up though, TP comes in, and Master DJ just doesn't respect it. In comes Lucifer though, double knock up. Okay, Pyro gets it. I think he doesn't have ulti here though, but I think he should still die. Darker Basher is here, and that's gonna be a kill. Second kill here onto the Kane. Big for him. Kind of a misplay by Master DJ though. I don't think he had to die for that, but we're gonna have to see how that plays out, I think. Because, ooh, hold up, big damage onto Goronim there.
It most definitely is a bit of a misplay there. Now, the important part, and this is where what is interesting, is look at the items that the Kane is building. I was initially certain that was going to be a red Kane, but are they going to go with the Voltaic Sword as a first item for red Kane?
Yeah, I mean, Voltaic Cyclo Sword right now is actually just one of the best items on the patch. We've been seeing it being built by players like champions like Jarvan, who, you know, historically didn't really have a reason to build it. But yeah, it's super overtuned on this patch. I wouldn't be surprised if we see it. It was a staple for Blue Cane beforehand, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I mean, with how popular it's been at the moment, it makes sense for him to go for it here. It's just... The value is insane, the amount of lethality you can get. But look at Pyro here, going back into the 1v2. We're going to see the all-out. Goronim is going to get caught, and the camera is going to drag us to mid lane, as now you see Lucifer's trying to take this 1v1 up against Pyro. You know, he's at 3rd HP, pops the ultimate. He's going to land the second part of his Q here. One auto attack between them, but Pyro takes it in the 1v2. And that is catastrophic for the side of Lucifer and Master DJ there. We can see he's completed his Cyclo Sword now, but all the good it's going to do him in that play where K'Sante, I don't know if anyone's got the K'Sante meme on a macro. Drop that in the chat for me, because it's feeling real relevant right now. He is, yeah, a champ of all time. And we can see he's going for the Iceborne Gauntlet here as well. So... he's going to be a force to be reckoned with as we get towards the 10-minute mark. I imagine he's just reset because he's got the chain vest in as well. And this is the thing with the K'Sante as well. He gets to build resistances and turn it into damage. It feels just like, from a design perspective, unfair. but you know, he's set up to succeed right now in this game, and the rest of his team are doing pretty good too. They've all got at least one kill, barring Hunger Games, and it's looking good for them at a little bit under 2k gold lead right now. You know, they're sitting on 18 versus the 16 and a half here of Dynamo New Dawn. So, but second Drake is spawning right now. We can see there is several members here coalescing. We're going to see just a Fun Life go in. He doesn't land the flag and drag, and a good chunk of damage is going to come out onto all members of the red side here, Abyssal Kittens. But flag and drag for the second time, and it looks like this one will connect. It is going to be a kill here for Kane onto the Lulu. It's going to be Hunger Games getting fed over, but J4 will get the return kill. And I think you take that trade, although Goranim kind of a little bit over aggressive, and this is a really messy fight here, as we see Kane is going to throw themselves into Hugo there, but okay, here comes Sovereign. 2 kills already on the board, 3rd kill there straight for the LB. LeBlanc looks like a menace, and surely this is another kill. I think we're just going to have to see how they can play it. W is going to land. Kane does a ton of damage, and with the extra healing there from his E, allowing him to kind of maybe walk out to safety. Really well played by Lucifer, but it doesn't matter because Sovereign is just him right now. He's 4-0 on the LeBlanc, you know, got the counter matchup in the mid lane, has been playing the lane exceptionally well. And now, you know, 8 stacks on the it's not Medjai's yet. The what is
Dark
the name
Seal.
of the Dark Seal? There we go. That is big value for money on the side of the LeBlanc right now. And they just finished that Luden's Echo as well. So they are going to be able to one-shot at least 3 players on the blue side right now if they so choose. And we see the spray and pray come out there onto Robbie just to assert dominance essentially in that lane right now, and it's not too bad for them. As yeah, here we go. Goranim loses 60% of his HP for existing on the same screen as the LeBlanc. Unlucky. We will see you when you get back from base, I guess, because you know if he stays right now, he is in kill range. You know. Luden's Echo is going to be up in about 5 seconds. The W for Sovereign is probably already back up. Is the effective range with that and the ultimate as well it's really, really dangerous for Syndra to stay. Her only hope is to land Scour of the Week, and like you said, the way Sovereign's been playing it right now, he's dodging those by playing like, you know, he's using the W to be able to kind of go sideways around it, try to dodge the ability as much as possible, and so it's really hard for Goranim to really lock down this mobile assassin. So, and you can see all gone.
And from the description provided earlier on, it kind of feels like this game is kind of looking a lot like Game 1 did, as in that initially it looked even, and then a couple of misplays go Abyssal Kitten's way, and now they're gonna have to try and catch up. And I gotta say, I really like that. UC Lucifer has absolutely
straight under the turret with the Cataclysm, and that is just going to be another free kill here over to Sovereign. Really nicely done by just a Fun Life to force a play where it looked like they weren't even aware where he was, you know, so that's really clean gameplay by him. Also need to shout out the fact he's out farming a Kane right now. Kane has one of the fastest clears, just flat out. He's very good at killing the AoE camps with his Q, and you know, to be able to be up on him in camps right now is gonna be good for him. He's gone for that Sundered Sky here as the first item, which, you know, kind of dictates how he intends to play, right? Jarvan is one of those champions where you can kind of play him a couple different ways. You can go for like Profane Hydra if you want to be more of a kind of a burstier champion. You can go for what we have here, which is more of the frontliner engage tool. You know, the Sundered Sky probably going to go into a Black Cleaver to help shred Master DJ in the late game. And yeah, he's 2-1-5 right now. Hold up. Hunger Games going to get caught. Ultimate comes out by Darker Basher, but he's going to die anyway. And with multiple members committed to the bot side here, you know, that was technically speaking a gank. Obviously, UC Lucifer got to do nothing in said gank, but he has committed time and resources to be there. And they just lost their, you know, they lost a life for that. So it's not great. And I want to say that I think the Kane pick has been working out okay, But the Pyke pick has not been working out for them right now. They had such a strong early game bot lane, and they are 1 and 4 respectively right now. And so it's been a difficult one, and I don't think it's going to get easier, you know, as time goes on here. As we're going to see, just the Fun Life is going to get caught by Darker Basher here. He knows he can't really stick around to fight this Jarvan, who is 2 levels up on him right now, and do you know what? The items he has, they are just pound for pound better. You know, Sundered Sky versus a Dirk and a Caulfield's Warhammer is not great. Although Pyro here looks to be caught. He is going to hit Flash to try and get himself to safety here. Going to dodge that Q. Does actually get a kill. So that's not too bad for him. And you see Lucifer is going to pick up the shutdown off of the back of that. I don't know if we can get from production how big that shutdown was. But in comes the cavalry here for Abyssal Kittens, as we see just a Fun Life lands the flag, lands the drag, and in comes Hunger Games to try. We got some shielding, we got some speed, but you know what? The Kayn is a very slippery cat, and Sovereign is going to be the one to finish him off. Full stacks on that Dark Seal now. 10 out of 10 right now with a 1.2k gold lead. Sovereign is having a game, and in comes just a Fun Life. Oh, unlucky. He does get the shutdown. I'm actually going to say that is actually worth it for Goronim. He was dead regardless, and the fact he gets to kill Sovereign there means that it's actually big for him. I imagine it was like a 700 gold shutdown. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, we see a bloody 2v1 that leaves Robinator being the last man standing, but in comes Hunger Games to make it a 2-for-1. So that's actually not too bad here for Abyssal. Will I cast us tomorrow as well? I don't know. We'll have to see. We'll have to see who's playing and if there's a stream, but maybe.
No, and the big thing here early on is literally what, as you just mentioned, everything is kind of going the way of Abyssal Kittens. And the important part is sometimes when you have these games, the invaluable skill is just stemming the bleeding. Like, just being like, okay, it's not going our way. We can still scale here, because this Mundo has a very nice pathway to just stack up HP. Your UC Lucifer is in a good state, and if you can hit this...
Nice there onto Hugo. Darker, I think he's gonna be fine there. He takes 1 turret shot for his troubles, but we've got 4 members here committed to the mid lane here for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. They're going to be looking to maybe get a good little push here onto the mid lane, but they don't actually get anything here. And I wanted to point out here that despite the fact that someone in the chat said this, so I just wanted to call it out because I think it's very apt. They have double their kills, but it's only 800 to 900 gold in the lead. You know, the amount of kills they have in surplus is way larger than the gold lead. And so I think that tells you how the lanes have been going a little bit here in terms of plating. But let's talk about this fight, as we're going to see Pyke gets nearly killed. Lucifer is here going to land the 2-man knock up and get his Pyke to safety. Pyke's nomming on some plants there, try and keep himself alive, as just Fun Life is going to be looking onto this Kayn. But there are more members here of Dynamo New Dawn, and I don't think the red side knows, so that's going to be 2 quick kills over to the Syndra. And as quick as you like, Goronim is back in this game, and I think he is going to be pivotal if they can mount a comeback in this. The gold is now in favor of Dynamo New Dawn. They have taken that back. They have 1 Drake already, and they should have beeline here onto the second Drake for them, but they're going to go for more kills, and Pyke is going to happily take that. Sovereign tries there to kill the Pyke, but he's going to have to commit Flash to get himself to safety, and that's going to be very good control here by Dynamo New Dawn to drag themselves back into this one. Really well played by them.
Yeah, a couple of big shutdowns, and then most importantly, going onto the correct people as well, because it's really important to get those kills onto Syndra of all people. Because I was somewhat disappointed that Syndra didn't pull over the trigger earlier when Hugo's Job Blossom was pretty low in the mid lane. I think that was an opportunity or a kill missed at that point. Because I was checking, and Goronim did have ultimate. However, being able to use it afterwards and setting your team up for the dragon that way is absolutely fantastic. This is generally what the doctor prescribed. And now the question is, can you... can you continue this? Because we've seen good plays from Dynamo across the games multiple times. However, generally that ends up with an overextend.
It's gonna be a 2v2 here, as we can see Kane is pathing, but I think it won't be because it looks like Master DJ is gonna die before his teammate even gets here. He does pop the ultimate here, but it's not quite gonna be enough. And now Lucifer's in, but it's a 2v1, and I think he's gonna have a hard time. He pops the ultimate here onto Pyro, tries to kill him, is gonna finish it, but he is under turret right now. Flag and Drag is gonna connect, and Just a Fun Life is gonna make sure he isn't going home. There we go. Just a Fun Life is gonna get picked off by a commitment of 3 additional members here by Dynamo New Dawn. But look at the minimap. Look where Sovereign is. While they are committing several members here and they are only focusing on one lane, we have people picking up solo gold on the other side of the map. So I have to say it's good play here by Dynamo New Dawn, but Sovereign is definitely getting a little bit something for it on that bot side here. Gonna get themselves the second turret of the game, keeping the team equal here in turrets. But we spoke a little bit about the mid lane, right? Because you said you're a little disappointed in the Syndra, but I want to say that after those kills, she is kind of ahead because the LeBlanc went for the Rabadon's Death Cap, right? So that is a stupidly expensive item. And so in that period of time where she was sitting on 2 needlessly large rods, Syndra was able to finish Shadow Flame, which is a massive power spike for her because, you know, as someone who is a burst champion, as someone who does tons of damage, and I believe it's 40% health or lower, then Shadow Flame turns their damage into crits, right? Yep. Something to that effect. So, you know, well, it's so good for her as someone with an execute. You know, when she's got all of her stacks, she's, you know, that's kind of the kill switch for her, you know? And so I'm going to be watching Goranim intently here as we move towards the next Drake in about 2.5 minutes.
And also the fact that Twitch, I'm not sure what Twitch were thinking there, going under the turret, knowing that Goranim was basically still there, and I would very much love for production to tell us.
I don't like this. I was going to say DND here, they're going in, and they do have a numbers advantage, and Hunger Games gets caught, but TP is going to be committed here. And we're going to see Just a Fun Life is going to get out, but the spray and pray here by Hugo is going to make sure Pyke goes down. It's currently a 1-for-1. Both supports are dead, but in come the top laners, and Corki is beset upon by Pyro right now. Pyro is going to take that. He is all in right now, and it is looking really dicey for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. Master DJ is actually punching down here onto this Jarvan, but look at how much damage the Cassante has. He shredded their entire team. I feel like this was a kind of a 1v4. The rest of the side of Abyssal Kittens really struggled, and Pyro just said, don't worry, boys, 2 iron power spike, on the back you go. And that's going to be a very clean, was almost an ace. I believe Darker Basher did respawn before they could actually complete it as an actual ace, but you know, they got 5 kills, so very, very clean gameplay by Pyro here. He is a monster on this Cassante.
Yeah, and this right now has and this is what I referred to earlier. Dynamo does a really good play, gets a bit of a lead, and then inevitably afterwards they try something. Oh, hold on.
Pyke just got popped, and here comes the flash spray and pray by Twitch to secure that second kill. And look at the pings. The pings are saying it's Baron time, boys. It's been up for 3 minutes, and that's 3 minutes too long. We shred this so hard with the Twitch. Let's just take it. We have no contest right now. Both the mid lane and jungle here of Dynamo New Dawn are on the other side of the map. There's nothing they can do about this. And so that's going to be an easy Baron take here for Abyssal Kittens, who... they're looking real strong. I mean, again, the gold lead is even here, but I feel like they've dictated the pace of this game, right? And with the narrative that we were saying, we think maybe the Dynamo New Dawn are a little bit tilted. You know, it kind of makes sense here where we're finding some very, very over-aggressive plays.
Yeah, and it's kind of been the same thing that they did last game, and from what I've been informed, also game 1, where I've heard this earlier. When things aren't going right, you gotta stem the bleeding.
Oh, hold up, we got the flash Q. Goranim hits the scout of the week, and that's gonna be a dead Twitch. You love to see dead rats, as Robinator is gonna finish off Just Fun Life, and that's gonna be a kill to Pyro as well. And that's 3 quick kills here, as we're gonna see more pressure being put out The Hugify does come out onto LeBlanc, but she's not in a position to really do anything here. She can't get onto the backline. Look how beefy Mundo is right now. It's so hard for her to really do anything to get around him. And that's just going to be a straight up dive here onto Hunger Games, as that's going to be Robinator picking up that kill. Does eat 2 turret shots. He should be dead here from Sovereign, but unlucky for Sovereign. There is a beefy businessman in way, and she cannot get past. They're going to happily take that tier 2 mid and the gold lead with it. Now 4K, I think the biggest the gold lead has been this game thus far, and they are looking really strong. They take the turret advantage. Their 3 Drakes are at Soul Point right now. Chemtech Soul no less, by the way. Chemtech Soul works so well for champions like Mundo, champions like Kane, champions like Pike. You know, they have tons of healing built into their kits, and that extra... You know, it's going to be really difficult here if they can actually secure Soul, despite them being at a kill disadvantage. I actually think Dynamo New Dawn they're in the driving seat right now.
They currently are most certainly in the driving seat, but right now, they've been in this seat a couple of times. What I want to see now from them basically is just standard play. Make sure that you don't have any negative plays, pick up a couple of people. That's where you want to be looking at right now, because otherwise it's been this back and forth each and time again. And when it really counted so far, Abyssal Kittens have come out on top each and every time. Not only by making sure that they've got their little checklist of making sure that their waves are pushed before the objective, which currently, look at what they're doing again. They're making sure that it's all set up, but also by controlling the vision, which is what they're also trying to do right now. And I feel like those are 2 things that Dynamo really has to take care of.
Sneaky right now. Hugo is actually being hidden, and we're going to see they still don't know he's there. Cataclysm is going to come out here. We're going to see immediately Goranim goes down, and with Goranim down, I don't know if they have much chance left in this fight. We're going to see Lucifer is on the wrong side of this team here, and he is going to try his best to Great Escape. And don't get me wrong, Kane is a good champion to do that kind of stuff on. But I don't think he's getting out of this one. We're going to see him take the blast cone. Pyro is going to try to do something. He's going to warp through the wall with his E, and in comes the Mundo to try and keep his jungler alive. Flag and Drag is going to land, though, and I don't think it's going to make a difference. Lucifer is caught here. All Out is going to come out here onto the Kane, and that's going to be an easy kill over to the Twitch. And now Master DJ is going to walk with his tail between his legs, as I don't think there's much more for him to get here, and they can only really count their blessings that both objectives are 2.5 minutes away. So these deaths do not cost them anything. You know, the lanes weren't pushed enough for them to be able to do something with this, and there were no neutral objectives to lose. So, you know, no harm, no foul. All you lost was like 300 gold. But it's rough, you know. Did anyone use any major summoner spells in that? I don't think anyone on the red side did. I think Lucifer did burn his flash, so that's a little bit of mobility gone for him for that next Drake or the Baron. Although Cataclysm is going to come out here into Goranim, and the Hugify is going to knock him up for long enough for them to easily kill, and that's going to be 2 more quick kills, and they're hitting the BM. He's hitting the dance on him. Just a fun life is, well, he's having fun. Let's put it that way, as his team's going to come in here and get themselves the plate there on that tier 2 turret. Twitch decided he needed a reset. I think he might have gone Last Whisper there and the agility cloak off of that one. So he's happy here as they move towards this next Drake. Baiting here by Hunger Games to try and catch Robbie, but the Flag and Drag doesn't actually connect, and big damage there onto the Lulu from Master DJ, just a hair away from killing him. But now Robbie's got to burn the flash after the Valkyrie, and it looks kind of like it might actually be Jarvan that's caught out here. Jarvan is going to go down. Robbie is the master baiter over here. Well done to him, as it is only a minute away from the Drake, and that means that Jarvan is going to be coming back from spawn a little bit before that actually comes up, and it's going to be so much harder here now for the Abyssal Kittens to actually, you know, procure vision here. You know, you mentioned they play best when they have control of the map, when they're controlling waves, and it's going to be hard to do that when your support is just dead. Your support just gets caught by 3 members in your own jungle, and really good play here by Dynamo New Dawn to keep themselves in the game here, keep themselves in the series. It is match point.
But remember here, you can't just blindly send everybody towards that dragon, because the Natch is coming up at the same time. Abyssal Kittens could very well easily decide to just
look at
commit
it.
all their resources
Death
to the
Bush.
top side. While we're
I love
seeing a
this.
little Death Bush, but Death
I
Bushes
love
are
this.
inconsequential if you push out the lanes first, which is something that Abyssal Kittens have consistently been doing. And look where they're leaving the lane states. Top is pushed out, mid has been pushed or is in an even state, and right now we've got Mundo who just fixed the bot side, whereas we have the Nash and the Dragon both up.
But the problem is, I was going to say, who do you send top here now? Because whoever you send top is not going to really be there for the Dragon. Or they're going to have to TP in a precarious position, as we're going to see the knockup comes out here by Lucifer onto Just a Fun Life. And we're going to just get a scrap here. It is going to be a 5v5 eventually, but both teams are not too sure if they want to commit here. A lot of aggro here is being drawn by this Mundo. He's kind of sitting there, but the thing I have to say here is that he's not defending his team. He's trying to pull everybody towards him to try and like 1v4 them. Meanwhile, his team might be vulnerable. I think there could be an easy flag drag angle here if Just a Fun Life commits to it. If he doesn't have flash here, so it's going to be hard. He really wants to, he's not going to commit unless he knows he's landing the flag drag, right? And so that's where he's in this kind of precarious position. He's just finished his GA as well, by the way, so he's got 2 lives here. And my eyes are going to be watching this. We've got sneaky gameplay here by Hugo's. They think he's not there, but he's going to be able to pop spray and pray eventually, I'm sure. There we go. Mundo is trying to keep them away, but it's not going to quite go well for them here. And now I think this is actually net positive for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. The engage tools have been used here, and they weren't able to lock anyone down. And now, yeah, we see Lucifer and Robbie move straight to the Drake. And this is Soul. We're going to see Abyssal Kittens. They look like they've at least sent one member here onto the mid side. They're not fully committed to trying to contest this objective. Just a Fun Life is going to go in for the steal, but the team are going to pop him. Okay, he's on his GA. He's still got a chance to steal this. The blue team do procure it. There's going to be a kill on the red side, though, and now the fight is just going to get really murky. And this Mundo is unkillable unless the Twitch is punishing him. If Twitch isn't there, you just can't hurt him. He's 3-7-7. His scoreline isn't impressive, but the amount of gravitas he brings to these fights is, he creates so much space for his team. That entire fight was so messy just because of the space him and Kane were able to create.
And even though they, and I was going to expect as much, immediately turn on the Baron because they have the option there, and they still have the Twitch.
I don't think you do. Yeah, with Twitch is here now. If they can shred down the Mundo, if Mundo dies, they still don't get it here, but at least they get they get some kills. And with 2 members here of Dynamo New Dawn making their way over, I don't know, Hugo's half HP and he's sitting on vision. I don't even know if he knows they can see him, and he takes a Baron shot there. And this is really murky right now, as we're gonna see Just a Fun Life and Pyro are here. Hunger Games is here as well. The Twitch is gone from an entire screen away. Goranim says, get to the fountain, bro. And now here we go. Lucifer's gonna knock down Pyro for the 6th time this game. We're gonna get a knock up onto the Lulu. Lulu has no tools left. All she has is flash to keep herself safe. Luckily, she doesn't have to burn it. But that means the Baron Nasher is gonna be forfeit here, surely. And the blue side are gonna be more than happy with that.
And the thing that I also got to point out is Sovereign was very dominant early on, got this 7-1 lead, but since having gone 7-1, not a whole lot has been happening there. I don't feel like there has been any pressure from the sides onto the critical members, being either Goranim or Robinator. So it's something that the LeBlanc, as strong as it was early on, during team fights, and this is where it's really hard to execute on LeBlanc during a team fight, it's so far falling flat. You got to get something extra out of this for Abyssal Kittens, because right now it feels that there isn't just a whole lot going on.
No, I 100% agree. I think that the LeBlancas find it really hard to find angles into these team fights. And it's been to do with the positioning, right? I found that Sovereign has oftentimes been with the team, right? Like if we look at that last fight around the 4th Drake, as we're going to see Goranim here. I don't think Goranim knows exactly where they are, and they're going to get caught. Easy kill over to Sovereign. And again, as soon as we besmirch their name, immediately they were like, all right, say no more. We go get ourselves a little easy pick. But anyway, as I was saying, in that last fight around Drake, Sovereign was with the team, right? Like they weren't trying to find a flank. They weren't trying to kind of get around the front line. They were just kind of with Twitch and with Jarvan, trying to just get poke off, which isn't bad. As we see in the bot lane, Master DJ got forced out of the lane there. And he's kind of looking for a little flank. That was a terrible flash there by the Hunger Games. He gets himself caught, and it looks like the entire red side might have been baited here. I don't even know. This is a really messy fight. Just a fun life is going to get a kill onto the Pike, but the backline is decimated for the side of Abyssal Kittens, and now it's going to be Pyro and just a fun life up against it's tanks v tanks. It is literally wet noodle warfare right now, but there is too much percentage health damage coming out of that Kane there as he shreds just a fun life, and Pyro surely is going to go down next. We're going to see the mobility of this champion come in. Unstoppable is going to stop the knock-up, but that knock-up is going to be up a lot sooner before your next instance of Unstoppable, and that is going to be surely Pyro going down. Is he? Is he not? There we go. All right, we made it. Ace at 35 minutes and 46 seconds in the game. We have a 5k Goldly. We have a TP straight up top lane. He didn't even have time to heal on this Mundo, as they're probably calling for the game right now. You know, there's several members dead. They have waves in top and mid. They can, I don't think they can end, but they can at least pressure for it. They can get 2 inhibs here if they try. Goranim thinks better of it, knowing Hugo's alive, and he pulls himself to safety. As the polymorph is going to come out on Lucifer, who's trying to pressure something here, but I don't think there's much for him to get. And yeah, what a back and forth.
And this is where you've got to praise the Dynamo New Dawn, because prior to this, probably Garnim or any other member would have gone with a little overextension, just that little bit extra, which then more often than not came back to bite them. This time they realized, you know what, we haven't accounted for Twitch, we haven't seen him yet. Instantly pulls back, making sure that nothing can happen there. It's a little adaptation that I really like, and this just this does show that maybe these guys might not be so tilted as we once assumed.
Well, for sure. What I do want to say here though is, with 2.5 minutes until Baron, 45 seconds until the Elder, all cooldowns, all major cooldowns, barring a few flashes, are up right now. We've got the GA back up for the Jarvan, so he can play that a little bit more aggressively. We've got the... he is missing flash, though, I will say, which is rough for him. You know, that shuts his effective engage range down by a large margin. But flashes on all major carries here. Going to be keeping our eyes here on Twitch, because I think this rides or dies on whether or not Twitch could... Oh, there's a very impressive... I don't know how I felt about that one. Immediate flash by LeBlanc as soon as the ult came out there by Lucifer, and they have gained control of the pit here. So this is a net positive for the side of DND, who are going to be looking to get this Elder and end this game post-haste. But let's see what the Kittens have to say about it. Do they have claws? We're going to have to see. Hook comes into just a fun life, and he's going to get yoinked towards the blue side, but they don't actually have the tools to really lock him down there. A little bit of a ambitious engage as the second hook is going to come in. Flag and Drag is wasted to get himself to safety. The Elder is up now, but these guys want to fight in this choke, and Sovereign is going to go down. There's nothing clean about that, as he went in for the W and just didn't actually connect, and Goranim is gonna just outscale and take the game here, I imagine. We see Kane is gonna go in. Master DJ takes tons of damage here by the Twitch, but it doesn't matter when you land a 3-man knockup from Lucifer there. Really clean gameplay, and he's just gonna go straight in on the Q. He doesn't die. And I have to question now, as I look at the builds on the side of Abyssal Kittens, do we have enough anti-heal here? We have Mortal Reminder and we have the Bramble Vest, right? I think that's fine, actually, now that I think about it. It's not the reason they're losing this game, but they are, in fact, losing this game, as we're going to see DND take us to the game 4 here. Pyro is trying. He's really trying. He's just going to go down. Nothing he can do but feed that 39th kill over to DND, and that is going to be Dynamo New Dawn taking us to a game 4. We, in fact, have a series, boys.
Yes, and very much so. And as you mentioned earlier, this was where we were slightly concerned, because if we went, and I mentioned this as well, if we went really late, it would be, it felt like being Twitch versus the tanks, and the Twitch just couldn't shred the tanks fast enough for anything to happen. Also, the LeBlanc kind of fell flat in the late game, couldn't get the flanks or anything needed to do that damage, and that just means that they just end up outright winning the team fight because by proxy being a 4v5, because LeBlanc couldn't find what they needed, and that means that they do get one back. This turns into a series, and after a short break, I would be expecting that we will be going into draft for game 4.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are here. We are officially on the series. Both teams have won a game in this playoff series here in the Zenith League. Dynamo New Dawn did not want to go out without a fight, and as we move here to Game 4, draft is underway. So talk me through some of these bans here. Which ones are we seeing kind of repeats here? I mean, I see the Jax and the Aurora both in Game 3 and here, so...
Yeah, and the interesting part here is that the Abyssal Kittens have opted to go for the first pick. They have changed sides. Previously, they were on the had the second pick. Now they've got the first pick. And ban-wise, it's still the Kha'Zix, it's still a Thresh. Those are non-negotiable bans. But instead of having banned earlier Yunara or Jarvan no longer requiring a ban because it has been picked, they have decided to go with the Poppy, which would suggest to me, or I would expect, is that this first pick could potentially be a I was about to say a Viego or a Yunara, but we'll see what they end up locking in the end.
Look in the... Was that... Whoa, no. Wukong look. Okay, we're hovering, but I'm not entirely sure here. Looks like we may finalize on the Viego here as we get towards the tippy top end of the timer. And yeah, that's going to be the B1 Viego here for Lucifer, which I think is a great pick. You know, it's a champion. Lucifer has looked really strong in the 2 games that I've seen him in. I think even in Game 3, even in Game 2, the tail end of that game, he was the person pioneering his team. He was like 14-3 or something on the Pantheon. And in that Game 3, I think the Kayn was pivotal in, you know, being able to drag that game to a lead and then drag it over to a win. And Viego is a kind of champion that, you know, with the right setup, you can kind of 1v9. You know, if you can play around his resets, he is a champion that can just, you know, really hard carry games. But on the flip side, we see amazing lockdown here for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. They're going to take that Sejuani, who's a champion that, by the way, is deceptively high damage in the early game, but also has tons of lockdown. She can lock someone down for several seconds once she has her ultimate. And it's going to be paired with the Orianna, who, you know, the Shockwave doesn't really need an entrance. You know, we all know how strong a kind of multi-man Shockwave can be in some of these kind of messier team fights. And for those of you who saw Game 3, that game was full of messy team fights, places where you might find it hard to track the ball, hard to know where the ultimate might be coming from, and so it can really warp team fights. But we're gonna see the Caitlyn pick up here.
Not only that, the Orianna forces you to really separate from each other, not stand next to each other, because otherwise it's an instant 4 or 5-man ult. So you got to be really wary of where your teammates are, not only your opponents but also your teammates, which is a really good thing. The Sejuani was a very good pickup. However, I'm curious to see if they're going to pair this with enough melee champions, because the more melee champions you pair this with, the easier it becomes to set up that stun or start that chain CC, which Sejuani is so good for. So I'm curious to see, will they go with an AD carry here, which is what I would be expecting from him, or will they opt for the top lane? Or, wow, instead they're going to opt for support. And they're going to keep it very Freljordian themed so far, pairing the Braum with the Sejuani.
Yeah, I wonder, was the Braum here like a preemptive, we're gonna just take it because A, it's quite good into the Caitlyn, but B, it was probably gonna get banned in stage 2 if they didn't take it here. I have to think that's probably partially why they've done this. Because, you know, they've essentially just opted themselves into getting counted in the support role here. They'll be able to take something that doesn't mind facing Braum. But they've also elected not to take an AD carry. So, you know, they really want to make sure that Robbie gets a champion he wants to play into their team. I imagine they're going to probably be picking their AD carry on 4th after the Yunara ban is going to come out here. And
is this a Yone mid? Because otherwise I don't really see where this Gwen ban comes from.
Yeah, I imagine it is a Yone mid into the Orianna. I don't know if the lane is great, but, you know, knowing that they already have the Ori picked, I mean, it could in theory be a flex, but I don't know how I feel about that. I think that Yon top is a weird one. Him mid lane can be good in the right hands, but it's not quite the kind of the usual control mage type stuff we see in some of these kind of competitive games, right? But I mean, we've seen Sovereign on the LeBlanc here was really clean in game 2 as well, looked really strong. So not a bad person to get your hands onto the Yone champion. But we see again double top lane bans here. It looks like Gwen and Sion removed away from Pyro. Meanwhile, the AD carry bans here, we're getting Yunara and Jinx, both good hyper carry options taken away from DND. So gonna have to see
And
what they lock up here.
Does this mean that Lucian really moves up in priority? Because it feels like if you want to pair it together with a Braum, Lucian would probably be a really, really good option here.
I mean, I think the only problem with the Lucian is that the team might be a little bit low damage if he doesn't get ahead. Aphelios, I really like the idea of. MF is also good. MF is more of the kind of caster side of things, but when you pick a champion like Sejuani, you really need your team to kind of have someone else that can carry. You're a facilitator, right? Your job there is lock people down. You build support items, even as a jungler. You're going to build stuff like Zeke's and stuff like Knight's Vow if your support doesn't. And, you know, those kind of really cheap, really effective items where you get a lot of bang for your buck. And, you know, that kind of keeps you above the curve. But when it comes down to the team fights, you know, you get to the 25 minutes, the 30 minutes, yeah, you might be on 3 items, but you're on support items. You're not, you know, you're not going to be able to fight that Viego who has Triforce or has like Kraken Slayer and a whole second item. You know, was it Kraken Slayer and Collector, I believe, is his current kind of go-to build. So it's, you know, we're going to have to see, but it's looking like Swain and Gnar being picked up here. So that's going to be probably a Swain support, Gnar top blind here for Master DJ, which Gnar is not a bad champion to blind, in my opinion. I think it's very safe. The ranged into any, you know, accurate kind of, any kind of top laner, even if it's against someone who's like, let's say like a range top, right? Like maybe like a Vayne, it's fine. It's not too bad. You get to farm, you know, and if you can get good angles with a Mega Gnar, you're happy. We're going to see Shen come out here, who I think really works well. I kind of wish this was Aphelios now. I'm not going to lie. I think if they had taken Aphelios instead of the MF, they could have played like a Protect the President comp, and he could potentially 1v9, right? But, you know, MF not as bad, or not as strong, I should say, at the 1v9 side of things. It's going to be more about bullet time placement than kind of anything else, really.
I gotta say, with the Jax not being available, the classic Gnar counter is the Jax. I'm not sure how I feel about this Shen, because yes, you will have an amazing front line, right? I think we can all agree on that. But if Viego and or Yone get to your misfortune and remove that one, I just don't see where the damage is going to come from, unless if you go for that bruisery build that we've been seeing on Shen as of late, but that still doesn't provide a massive amount of damage.
Oh, you mean including the Dusk and Dawn into the build, right?
Yeah. It doesn't provide a massive amount of damage, so
I agree.
If this works, this is going to be nice, but it's going to be interesting either way. I think that the easier team comp to pull off is without a doubt Dynamo's New Dawn's team comp. However, I do feel that Abyssal Kittens have got all the required tools to really cause problems in the team comp execution and really go and get that MF, because once that one is gone, once MF is gone, I just don't see where the damage is coming from.
No, I 100% am on board with you. I prefer, in the context of this game, I prefer Abyssal Kittens as draft, because they have 3 people who can effectively shred tanks. And like I said earlier, without bullet time, I think MF's damage is maybe not all there. Oriana's damage, she relies heavily on landing Shockwave, and I think that inconsistent damage-wise in team fights, she's going to have a hard time. Meanwhile, we look over at the Abyssal Kittens side of things, and I'm like, Viego, lovely consistent damage. Caitlyn, like 650 range and loads of consistent damage. You know, in the early game, she's got tons of damage, and in the late game, she's a champion who can one-shot people really effectively. And she has a little bit of build diversity as well. So, you know, they can play her more for the lethality side of things if they wanted to just pop the Ori or pop the MF. I don't think you do that here. I think you go for the crit, and you play like you play just around headshots and just like, you know, you will shred those tanks with that. And then even Swain, by the way, Swain loves these tanks. He loves to fight into tanks because they don't have the damage to kill him. He pops ult and he keeps it on forever because they don't die, so he gets to perpetually hit them, and they don't have the damage to shut him down. So it's a lovely time to be Swain in this game, you know?
It's also a bit of a drain tank because Swain you can easily play as a drain tank as well. And considering that if we exclude the Orianna and the MF, the other three are all really short-ranged champions, which is where Swain really excels. And then all Gnar has to do is, once that rage bar is charged up properly, maybe knock one or two, preferably a priority carry into a wall, and then that's just going to be the go button. So it's the only thing I dislike, if this is inherent about the champion, is the Gnar pick in itself. Is it's really hard to properly charge up your Gnar bar before you get to come into team fights, and that is where the good Gnars really separate themselves from the average ones. But still, this is. If I'd have to choose one of the two comps that I'd prefer pulling off, the Abyssal Kittens does feel like it has more tools or more variations of options that they can play. Whereas for Dynamo New Dawn, it's pretty simple. MF has to be in a good position, has to have a good bullet time, because if that ult gets misplaced or not used properly for one time, it does feel like you're just gonna have to give up on objectives or fights all around. So that new Dynamo have their job cut out for them. They got to make sure that they're crispy clean with their calls and their team play, and make sure that the gold goes onto the proper carries for the upcoming game.
No, 100%. I agree with you. I think that, again, in the early game, I think that they do have good damage because, yeah, Sejuani, she is deceptively high damage in the early game. She's really strong. But my problem here is that I think that Abyssal Kittens' draft into Dynamo New Dawn's draft is particularly strong, right? They have two people who can take over the game in Yone and Viego. Like, Viego doesn't care that they have tanks because his ultimate has percentage health damage, right? I think it's missing health or something. So, you know, as long as you've had, let's say, Caitlyn chills like half of their damage, he's happy to, you know, attempt to execute with the ultimate at a certain point, you know? And so I think that as we get into game, my eyes are going to be really on just a fun life here and Sovereign on these two, on this, the Viego and on the Yone, because I think they will be the difference makers. Meanwhile, Lucifer here and Goranim, they have a lot of great team fight potential here, and we're going to see three members here try to get control of this bot quadrant. They do find Sovereign easily enough, and they're going to get that ward in easy peasy. Man, what Just a Fun Life is maybe about to walk into some danger. Luckily for him, it looks like Lucifer pulled the trigger on revealing himself a little too early, and so the Viego didn't actually commit hard enough to get that vision. Although he's kind of hovering here, it looks like they might be going for a level 1 cheese. I don't know if we can get the camera here on this jungle path here, but yeah, look, Just a Fun Life is looking for the 1v1, and this is going to go really bad for him as Master DJ is going to give up the his wave here at level 1 to make sure his jungler is okay, and Flash is going to be committed. That's going to be first blood here for the Shen, and that is really bad news here for the Viego, who is going to be really far behind off of that, I think. He didn't burn any sums, I'll say that much. It is just the Shen whose sums are down. But he's going to be down camps here. All of his stuff is going to respawn later, which means that he's not going to be able to do second clear into Drake. It's going to be... all of his stuff is going to be on cooldown when Drake comes up. So he's gonna have, I think, a bit of a rough time of it, or at least one of his 2 quadrants will be on cooldown. And yeah, his tempo is messed. It's gonna be really hard for him.
Yeah, but I mean, I'd be curious to see. But Lucifer has also taken a fair amount of damage. Yet he's been able to navigate the first 2 camps, so that is much to his credit.
I was
And
gonna say,
right
the
now,
damage in the jungle these days doesn't mean anything unless you're on like 5% HP. Realistically, you can clear safely from any HP total. It's the amount of regen that comes in the camp, the pet, is genuinely insane. So yeah, there's no harm, no foul there for UC Lucifer. He's more than happy to just continue. Although, hold up, gonna see Flash here burnt by Sovereign immediately. We're gonna get the lockup here by Lucifer. Feeds the kill over to Goranim, really well played. And this is a thing I want to shout out that I think DND have done really well in the last 2 games that I've seen them in. They don't just commit and take kills, right? Like Sejuani, yeah, she could have took that. It would have been okay on her, but it's not really gonna serve their late game kind of, narrative, what they need for them to win, which is they need Orianna and they need MF to deal damage. And so getting that kill straight onto Ori, trusting Goranim to be able to get it, that's that kind of team play aspect there. Something you might not see them do in the solo queue, but in this kind of competitive environment, they're happy to give that over. And yeah, really good. It was also a really good gank angle as well, considering he knew Viego's tempo was a mess. He can kind of afford to lose a little bit of his own tempo just to try and shut down Sovereign, who has been a menace in this series thus far.
yeah, and the thing also is, and this is what I really like, Lucifer made sure that those kills went over to the laners. Oh, bit of an interesting trade there in the top lane.
Very
Pyrex
close, yeah.
2 turret shots and made sure not to take a 3rd one. But still, this means there's a little gold lead over for our for the red side team, and this is going to be the interesting part. Kills gold going on to the proper people for now, and right now we'll see where Just a Fun Life is going to look. But this is, as you mentioned, you see Lucifer has already started his 2nd rotation of his camps, and right now Just a Fun Life is a little bit behind.
He has gone for the Giant's belt here, which I think is an interesting one. He's probably going for Heartsteel, which is not personally what I would have done, but I respect the fact he's going to have tons of health. He's going to be mega beefy in this game. It's going to be a problematic front line, especially considering he's got that XP lead. He's got that little bit of a gold lead here as well, not having been set behind like the Viego has. And so we'll see what he can do with that lead here.
He can afford to be a bit greedy now early on with his build because he's got this lead. So I very much like it, making sure that he's aware of...
Missed the cannon there, unfortunately.
You mean DJ, right?
Sorry. No, it was the Gnar, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure I watched the Gnar miss it.
I think we both watched both sides miss it.
Both top laners simultaneously missed their cannon. Oh my lord! That's how you know the game is going on late. And we're also both one-track mind watching the other player fail. But you know what? I respect it. It's like a top laners in tandem type situation. They were like, we'll miss.
Just a handshake. Oh, you're gonna miss it. Don't worry, I'll just do the same. We'll just even this out.
Yeah, bro lane angle right there. Although it is 11 CS to Pyro X's lead right now. I wanted to ask you about the Doran's Helm start here for the Gnar. How do you feel about that? Because I've not seen much of this item. Honestly, my experience has been most people, unless like Doran's bow for bot laners has been okay, but it's still not like the precedent. And then Doran's Helm has seen basically no play outside of just Cassante. So how do you feel about it for the Gnar?
So it kind of depends on.
Oh, hold up! Well, Swain just took a ton of damage there, and Viego is here, but Viego's not committing enough. He's kind of like, I want to finish my Krugs, bro. And he's going to finally commit here. We're going to see the flash W come in, and then in comes Stan United, and he's just caught out. No. Oh, the second or so that he wasted trying to kill those little Krugs, I think might have been the difference maker there, because she lived on about 2 auto attacks worth of health. So really nice play there by Master DJ to be able to keep his AD carry safe. And he's going to go for the flash taunt, and he's going to catch Hugo under his own turret. Really clean Shen gameplay there by DND there. We're going to take those 2 kills, and it is, well, it's kind of looking a little bit categoric here as we're going to see Darker Basher pushing here onto Hunger Games, but I don't think he's got the tools here, as Just a Fun Life has finally come back from his reset here. A little fun time in the base. He's going to hit the stun here onto the Braum, but there's nothing for him to get. And that's going to be, unfortunately, time wasted here for the Viego. He doesn't get much at all. Has to reset immediately again because he has no camps on the bot side. So he rushed for the fight where there's no resources for him to actually take. And so he's having a really hard time here. Meanwhile, Sejuani, you know, she's just farming camps. She's chilling. She's got ultimate now, which... you know, her ultimate was a Glacial Prison, I believe it's called, is one of the strongest kind of lockdown tools from range in the game. As long as he can land them, you know. We don't want to see an ex-Smithy here out of Lucifer. I'm sure he won't do that to us. But a little bit of control here.
Are you just trying to cast a curse them into that position? Because we all know that your nickname is Zero Smites as well at times. So
you don't need to remind me.
This is just some personal.
This is a different place, you know. My past doesn't need to haunt me here. But no, I have the utmost faith that this Sejuani won't miss an ult. Trust. And in comes the Braum here to secure the grubs there for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. Really well played there for them. Nice little roam. As long as we don't see Robbie get punished here. Luckily for him, the blue side don't seem to be looking to punish, as Viego is too worried about getting his camps, which, again, considering his tempo, kind of makes sense. You know, he's off needing to farm while the enemy team, all their camps are good to go, and Lucifer's bot side's actually up. He did choose to go over for the grubs instead. We're gonna see the Glacial Prison come out first of the game. Gonna land. Goranim is gonna get a kill there onto Sovereign. Second death there for the Yone. And look at the boots that she has as well, by the way. Knowing that she's not gonna be the primary DPS here of the team, they've got the MF who is gonna be looking to be kind of like the person doing the bulk of the damage with bullet time. She's gone for the plated steel caps, which means it's going to be harder for Viego, harder for the Yone, harder for the Caitlyn. In fact, harder for pretty much everybody on the side of Abyssal Kittens to... dude, this is how you know we're tired. It took me 10 minutes to realize they've drafted nearly an all-AD comp. I didn't realize that in draft until just now. Swain's support is not enough AP. They are, yeah, this is going to be a harsh one. You know, the Sejuani is going to be able to stack armor in this game, and she might become Thanos. I'm not going to lie. And she's already got the Heartsteel.
I was about to point out, she already got the Heartsteel, which is the first part. But also, if you look across the board, basically every lane, well, no, exception of the mid lane, is going in favor of the Abyssal Kittens here. So even though it really feels that 0-5 is a massive lead, they can still easily turn this around. And to get back to your point about the Helm versus Doran's shield debate, personally, I feel like there is not enough. The Doran's shield, just the fact that it gives back HP and just outright heals you up is so much more useful right now than the Helm. That other than I've seen it built on Cassante once before. Other than that, I just don't see where this the biggest bonus is done.
Hold up, Braum's gonna come out, and it looks like we're gonna get a 3v3 here. Flash is gonna come out by Darker Basher, but in comes the ultimate there by the Shen. Gonna get the taunt as well, and that's gonna be 2 easy kills here for the side of DND. They are running away with this one a little bit now as we see very good Stand United, and it just seems like Abyssal Kittens are just not paying attention to when that cooldown is, and it looks like Sovereign might be getting caught out here. He is going to drop the ultimate here, but it doesn't really matter because his health bar was so low that an easy command dissonance there from Goranim is going to make sure that he is seeing a gray screen here. Third death of the game here for Sovereign, who, unlike that last game on the LeBlanc, he is finding a very hard time trying to, you know, get a footing in this game right now. He's down about 20 CS. He's down 3 kills. You know, I imagine the Orianna has her first item on base, and it looks like Pyro is caught too. As even, I'd say the Gnar has been, outside of his CS lead, I think he's had a hard time finding much. Does have a 2-level lead though. I will say that is big for him. Probably also, yeah, he's got the top lane quest completed. Meanwhile, DJ doesn't. And Red side are going to push their advantage here, take that second Drake. And they are on for what is that, 23 minute soul, give or take? Somewhere along that.
23-minute soul. So they're on for an early soul. And the bigger thing, or the bigger point of contention, is which soul is it going to be? Whereas, of course, the obligatory heart steal stack whenever you pass through the mid lane.
The soul is Hex Tech, by the way. We can see the Hex gates on the minimap.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, and I do feel that this is, well, Hex Tech gates as well. I feel like this is all massively in favor of the DND here. And I'm, like, as much as I've mentioned in previous games, sometimes you just need to stem the bleeding. This is one of those games where right now I still think you scale fine in terms of
Hold up. Just a fun life might be caught out here. We get one more auto attack and there will be a stun, but it is not going to land. Has to use his W there as an escape tool as opposed to a stun, and really well played there by Just a Fun Life to get himself to safety. But yeah, no, as you were mentioning, you know, these teams, I said it in draft where I was like, oh, their team, like the comp that they have picked and the kind of who they can play around, if Just a Fun Life or Sovereign can get ahead on this Viego or on this Yone, then they could take over the game. They're 0-6 respectively. They are having a very hard time getting into this game, and I think Lucifer game for game has just been better than Just a Fun Life. It's been really hard for Just a Fun Life to find purchase in this game, or in this series I should say, holistically. And he's here on the back end of probably another attempt at a gank. He's holding back here for a second. Don't think they know exactly where Sejuani is, so they're not 100% sure if it's a 3v2 or a 3v3, as the Brawl Mult is going to come out, and this should be a kill. Robbie is going to go down, and this is going to be the first positive thing on the map for the side of Abyssal Kittens. They're going to be happy to take that, and we're going to see the resets come through. 2 quick kills on Just a Fun Life. Was that Caster Curse? I was just saying how he was having a hard time, and he immediately decides to go and get 2 kills. Do you think I can Caster Curse money into my bank account?
Well, the thing is right now, or at least for the time being, you're not doing this Caster Curse thing on purpose, or at least we'll simulate. Whereas with the bank, I'm pretty sure you are trying to do that on purpose, and that's generally when it goes the other way around.
Yeah, true.
That being said, we still look at the gold lead again. This is something where
only 1K. It's only
1K despite being up. So they've been doing an excellent job in farming properly and making sure that they do get their minor leads left, right, and center. So this game is by no means over.
Really like the early Last Whisper here by Caitlyn. I think that will be paramount in them being able to break those tanks. You know, like we said, we've seen 2-player steel caps. I'm really interested to see Merc treads on Sejuani. I don't see the angle for that.
I was about to point out the same thing. I was like, I think one person didn't completely get the memo. Running the full AD team. Meanwhile, we do
But
see
it's not even just about the full AD team. I'm looking at their draft and I'm like, well, were you afraid of traps? Is it the Mega Gnar W that we're worried about, or is it the Viego stun? I don't think they have a ton of tools that Merc Treads really prevent you from getting around, you know? Like, it doesn't help with knockups and stuff like that, so it won't stop the Swain. It won't stop the Mega Gnar as well, as we're going to see the Swain ult come out here. He is going to get locked up by concussive blows. In comes the second set of a stun here. And that's going to be an easy kill over to this Shen, and now we're going to be looking to lock up this Viego, and he's going to go down immediately. And now they move towards Pyro, going to miss the Winter's Bite there. And Chase is going to end there. But yeah, the CC chain here is insane from the side of the Dynamo New Dawn. As long as Braum or Sejuani land one auto attack, they are potentially like stunning them for several seconds. So, you know,
I wouldn't even put it at just those two. If Shen lands a taunt, you're standing still, then the auto comes in, and then it's just from that point out, it's a really long CC train. So. The only way this would have gone...
Not to mention the Shockwave, not to mention the Braum ult, not to mention the Sejuani ult. You know, like, the amount of tools they have to keep someone stood in place for, like, several seconds is insane. And that's going to be Soul Point here, given over to Dynamo New Dawn. Looks like they might be trading their support's life for it, as we're going to see the ultimate come up by Sovereign. First good play of the game for the Yone. Going to be chasing down Gorinim as well. Has to follow the Soul back here, but surely the Viego is going to take that shutdown. And now they're going to look to see if they can kill Lucifer here. Unlucky on the ultimate there. The Heartstopper doesn't quite stop anyone there. And Bullet Time really well placed by Robbie. Unfortunately, though, the shutdown still comes up for Yone. Yone is trying their hardest in this one to get back in the game. 2 kills at the end of that fight, but they have now near enough doubled their kill count here off the back of losing the Soul Point.
And look at the gold lead. It has swung into the favor of the other team, despite being down kills. And the big part here is you haven't claimed all the shutdowns yet, because the top laner, Shen, Master DJ, still is sitting on a shutdown. So there's still some.
I don't think he is.
Oh, no, that's true.
Yeah, I think the shutdown is timed out. Yeah.
His shutdown is timed out. Meanwhile, Pyrox.
Comes Pyro. He's looking for it, but he knows Lucifer's nearby, and he decides better of it. But in come the red side pings. The cavalry is here, and Darker is gonna land the Winter's Bite. In comes the Taunt. In comes concussive blows. In comes the E from Sejuani. I don't know if you want to. You are not allowed to move. Moving in 2026 is illegal. And yeah, sorry, Pyro. You don't get to play the game, bro. That is
the only way this team would have gotten any better is if you replaced Yone by Lissandra or something along those lines, just to add a bit more CC to the entirety. But this is just I mean, that chain is absolutely ridiculous.
No, 100%. And in comes Hugo, gonna get caught. Has to burn the flash to create some distance there between himself and Lucifer. Who Lucifer is like 20 CS up right now. We've got actually a level lead for the Viego, despite the fact he's down. And Lucifer has just been hitting the perma ganks right now, so he's been looking for every angle he can find. 1-1 and 8 on the Sedge. And yeah, he's been all over the shop. Meanwhile, let's look at some of these item completions, because we can see we've got Triforces for the Viego, for the Gnar, which I don't think Triforce is the traditional build for the Viego, but it does give him a little bit more beef, right? You know, he's gone for the Sundered Sky second as well, which again, you know, gives him a little bit more beef. It gives him a little more of that HP. It means that if he gets locked down, he's going to have abilities to do something about it. We're going to see a lockdown into the bullet time there onto just a fun life. He gets away, burning his flash, and he's got about half HP left.
There's something else I'd also like to point out, which I'm not sure if I'm a fan of it at this point. That they would going to have to build Thornmail on Shen was without a shadow of a doubt. To me, that was clear as clear as the sky can be. You're going to have to build that. However, right now you're kind of delaying a bit of that damage profile, which is going to put you a bit in a precarious situation. So I'm kind of curious to see what's going to happen next, because this Shen, despite it being really ahead, I still don't have the feeling it can really 1v1 the Gnar. I feel like they're still whittling it down each and every time that they face each other.
Yeah, Pyro has to play exceptionally badly for DJ to be able to kill him, I think, in the lane right now. In sides here is his job isn't really to win that 1v1 though. His job is to sate the Gnar as much as possible, stem bleeding from the Gnar as much as he can, and press R on a primary carry, press R on Goronim, press R on Robbie when they need him, you know? He needs to keep lanes pushed out, he needs to be able to join team fights with Stand United every 3 minutes, and then he needs to be able to TP back to the lane and keep pressure. Like, that's his job here. And you can see he's not too far down in the CS department. He's kept up on items because his items are bang for buck. They're a little bit cheaper than the Triforce and the Black Cleaver that's just been completed for Pyro. And as we are coming up to that Drake here, this is the Soul. We need to see a fight here unless they intend to hand the game over. I don't see a world where the blue side here, I don't see a world where Abyssal Kittens give this up for free. But they are, oh no, Hugo, not like this. Okay, cool. He had more patience than I would have, but the Death Push is still on full swing here as the two-man Shockwave comes through. Bullet time from downtown's gonna secure 2 kills. Pyro TP'd in, but his team is dead. Hugo, that was like a pixel away from being hit with a Glacial Prism. I don't know how he dodged that, but he's clearly the GOAT. And he's just gonna get run down by Lucifer. Pyro's come in to try and help. The ultimate there by Sovereign's gonna whiff. And now Pyro is kind of all on his lonesome here as we see 4 members of the red side try and force. That was a massive headshot onto Robbie there. But look at this. All right, that's going to be Soul.
The headshot doesn't really matter because this just means that Soul goes over. They blew up 2 people early on and I like it. Goronim instant ults together with the Braum making sure that they cannot move out of that, and then the bullet time coming over the top from Robinator, which does mean that right now the Soul has been handed over, and I'm starting to wonder at this point, where does the comeback come? How do they find an angle to get back into this game? Because right now I ain't seeing it.
I think, well, look, all right, let's look at positives. So we have our AD carry is ahead, and our AD carry is great at killing tanks. Once we get her some, we get that IE on her, she'll be great at popping the Sejuani. She'll be great at popping the Shen, right? We also have percentage health in our mid lane and our jungle. So it's like, yes, Shen is ahead. Yes, Sejuani is ahead. But we can still kill them if we're given the correct amount of time. But we're not going to get that time if we get caught on side lanes like Sovereign is right now. He ate about 4 seconds of CC just there, just kind of for being on the same screen as Sedge and Ori. We're seeing a crazy call here for a Baron start. I like the idea that they have decided to drop off of it. We're going to see Darker is going to flash ult in, and the bullet time's going to get layered over, and that is going to be so much damage onto the side of Abyssal Kittens, and they're going to have to run away. I don't know if they could do anything here, and now Dynamo New Dawn are going to take control of the Baron pit, and they're going to start it. We're going to see immediately Lucifer, DJ, and Basher are going to go straight onto it, and, Sejuani, again, we said she's got deceptive damage, and her ability to take counts, but anyway, neutral objectives, if she has allies hitting it and they're all melee, is quite high. She's just gets to trigger the E several times, and that damage is a big difference maker in whether or not you can or can't take Baron quickly. As we see, everybody apart from Basher is going to get their recalls in here. They do get to stop his, but I think he should be safe here. And also, it needs to be said, the Hextech Soul is doing work right now. We said in draft oh, I don't know if they have enough damage. You get a free static shiv every time you hit someone with an ability for like every 5 seconds.
Yeah.
That, you know, the damage is there now. Like, they are more than happy. You know, you've got 2.5 items on the MF. Well, you've got, was it 2 and a bit items? We've got 2 items and a needlessly large rod on our mid laner. Our front line is frontlining real hard right now. They've all got multiple tank items. They're looking real strong. Sovereign is looking to fight the Shen here, as we're going to see Robbie's going to just catch the Swain out under his own turret, and he's going to go straight down. And it looks like Hugo's caught here as well. Hugo's just going to get 1v1 by the jungler of DND, and there's nowhere for him to go. The CC is just too strong. He just gets locked down and locked out of this game. As the gold lead now at 3k, we're seeing them crack down here onto this inhibitor turret.
Is Nargle doing any damage?
No, he's not. Pyro's, he's here, but I don't think he can do anything. There's an angle for a 4-man Mega Gnar ult, but I don't think you go for it. I don't think you win even if you get it.
And
So rough.
yeah, I felt like Pyro was stacking the auto attacks and just wasn't getting anywhere any damage. Now, as you mentioned earlier, the important part, getting the 3 items on Caitlyn, maybe she can start doing some damage then. I'm going to point something else out. That Elder Dragon is 2 minutes away. If you want any realistic chance to do anything with the Caitlyn, you need that IE before the 2 minutes take over. Well, realistically speaking, you've got, let's say, 90 seconds with the portals to get that much needed gold so you get your access to your IE.
No, I 100% agree. I think that she needs that. And if she can get that and they can have control of the objective beforehand, I think that that would be a really big positive here for the side of Abyssal Kittens. The thing that they really lack is, like, outside of the Mega Gnar ultimate, they don't have tons of engage, right? They can rely on the Yone ultimate a little bit, but then that's sending one of your squishiest and, you know, kind of easily abused carries into the backline, just kind of praying that if he needs to land that ulti on priority targets, or else he is also a sitting duck. As we're seeing, red side here gonna move for this tier 1 bot lane. I think it should be just a complete gift. They can't really contest here, especially with Pyro being in the top side now. He's pushing to get himself something, a little something on the side here on the top tier 2.
Yeah, but 2 issues here. First off, are you going to do damage on that Shen over time? You are, but the bigger problem is, what is going to stop Shen from ulting back in?
Swain is going to get caught in. Hugo is going to get caught with that big shockwave, although it was only a 1 member, but just a fun life gets obliterated on the side, and look at the damage from the bullet time. This is game. Surely this is game. This is going to be an ace. We're looking at Pyro's trying his damnedest there up against Robbie, but he gets shredded. Triple kill there over to the MF, and that's going to be surely the game here, as I imagine they're going to try their hardest here to push this one straight through to the Nexus. 30 minutes on the clock, and it's looking really commanding here for the side of Dynamo New Dawn. They do it. They're bringing us to a reverse sweep. I don't. Does production have? Oh wait, hold up. Never mind. They changed their mind. They just want to go for the 2. They're playing it very categoric. Okay. I thought they were going for the end there, but they decide better of it. They say, nah, let's take 2 inhibs and then just get Elder, and then we'll finish it like unilaterally. There's no way we can mess it up, right? And we can see Shen here is hovering, trying to make sure that he's there for if anybody does try to kind of do a little sneaky, try and come in and steal it. That's not going to happen here. That's not happening today.
I also like very much, because taking this Elder Dragon, you reset, you then go to the Baron, you take the Baron, and you can either choose 2 waves, or you just take the third inhib and just end it through that way. Gives you 2 very safe options, and considering that you technically this is an elimination game for Dynamo, playing that safely and not taking those over aggressive or bit coin flip plays, which I have been doing in the previous games, I very much like this controlled approach right now, where they're just making sure that they get that checklist, check everything off, Have we done this? Yes. Have we done this? Yes. Have we done this? Let's go and win this afterwards. So I'm a very big fan of what they've just done here. And now it all boils down to making sure that you all run in top lane. Get that T2 down if possible.
They are going to get it, but it looks like they're going to get more here as well as they jump onto Swain, who is 0-6-5 right now. The Swain has had such a hard time in this game. He's been getting run through in this one, and gotta get that tier 2 top lane turret. We've got a little bit of setup here with the traps from Caitlyn. Caitlyn does have the IE. She's also got the Zeal, so she's got a little bit more attack speed here. And she's kind of the team's last bastion. I'm not going to lie. I don't see how the Viego or the Yone make a difference here. The enemy team are too beefy and they have too much damage right now that it's just so hard for them. And we're going to see in comes the Sejuani, in comes the Braum. Bullet Time is going to finish off the Gnar there underneath his own tier 3. And that's going to be an easy third inhibitor given over. So they're going to be more than happy to take that. And with super minions coming on these next 2 waves, they've got 2 supers in the bot lane, 1 in the mid lane. I don't see a world where Abyssal Kittens come back here. This is going to be, even the minions on their own will take this game for themselves. We're going to see Sovereign here is trying his hardest. Jen does go down 9-2-5 right now, but MF picks it up from a mile away as the first Nexus turret falls. The second one is sure to follow. 3 people dead here for the side of Abyssal Kittens, and it's looking bleak for them as we are going to tie this up. Game 5 inbound. Elder Dragon kills him. Robbie is legendary. We're going to game 5, boys. I don't know if production has got... have you guys got Silver Scrapes? Are we ready for that for the break?
I was about to say, I hope that production has queued up Silver Scrapes, because this is definitely one where they get, but surprise, surprise, this was a bit of a one-sided affair, and just as we were talking earlier after the 2-0, ladies and gentlemen, Daniel and we were wondering where their mental might be. Right now, if you're the Kittens, you got to be wondering where that mental is and what you're going to do next, because you basically have 3 attempts at ending this series. You've missed your first 2. Next draft is going to be a very important one. That being said, I would recommend we throw it over to the break, enjoy some Silver Scrapes, and come back after.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Game 5. Can production confirm for me, is this the first Game 5 of Summer 2026 playoffs? Or have we had one before? It is.
Yeah,
it is in
this
fact
is
the
the first.
first Game 5. And we are already in draft. So it looks like D&D are on the red side here, I believe. Or is it blue side? No, I think they're on the blue side because
they're on
the
the blue.
Aurora ban. Yeah, the Aurora ban again. We'll see a Jax ban again, I imagine.
And the Thresh
yeah.
ban. There's going to be Aurora, Thresh, Jax. They're probably going to keep those. Oh, no, sorry. Kha'Zix, Thresh, Aurora, Jax. What was the third ban again? Poppy last time around. So let's see if there are any changes that we get to see here. So Aurora, Jax so far are identical. Kha'Zix, Thresh, not much is changing here. And the question becomes is what is this final one going to be? Because will we see some adaptations here, or is this just going to be the same draft?
I was gonna say all of my prep was not ready for a Game 5, so I'm just vibe checking this one. I'm just like, I don't know who plays what, I don't know where we're going, I just want to have fun, you know. So we're gonna see the Neferi is gonna get locked out here as that ban number 3. Another ban here again. Ooh, we're gonna see the Jinx take away quickly. Okay.
I kind of forgot that Jinx was still up there, that she still hasn't been picked this series.
Yeah, she hasn't. She was a stage 2 ban in Game 4. But here in Game 5, she is going to be a stage 1 ban. They do not want to see D&D's blot side carry
And
here.
this-
We immediately see the blue side take that Yanara B1.
I was about to say this has to mean that the Yanara B1 is the pick to make for sure. And now the question becomes, what do you answer it with here?
Well, okay, so Yanara, the main things that make her good is the fact that she's an insanely strong late game carry, and in the early game, while she's not the strongest, she can farm safely. I think the best thing to do into her is to punish her early and then dive her. Like, you know, you want to keep her down as long as humanly possible and make it as hard as possible to stay in the game, right? But I don't think that matters because we just see Kindred and Vladimir locked in. Whoa. Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know where this is going. I'm not gonna lie. I'm very, very interested to see how this
I'm not
goes.
sure either. And the thing is considering this is Game 5 and champion pools become shallower and shallower and shallower, I'm not even sure. I'm assuming this is a Kindred jungle. And
Oh yeah, no,
wow.
I imagine it's Kindred Jungle.
Wow,
Yeah.
I totally forgot. Zenith hasn't been picked up yet in the series either. So that means that we're getting some pretty strong picks that have been left open right up until the end. So we'll be seeing here. And then the question is, I mean, Yanara, if you want to pair it with Emilio, this is the moment to pick it. So I'm curious to see what they're going to end up.
They take the Zerath.
Okay.
Zerath
Okay.
is one of the strongest default mid laners on the patch, I believe. He's just one of those champions that's super safe. I really like the draft so far from the Dynamo New Dawn. I think that, you know, Xin Zhao is a champion that can keep people off of his carries very effectively with his ultimate. He's a champion that has tons of sustain built in. And then Yanara and Zerath, the amount of effective range they have is really high. You know, like if they can control an objective, we need to see some frontline from their top laner, I think, and maybe the support as well on that B4, B5. But if they can get some beef in front of them, I think that their team comp, like they could just kind of play like a, you know, kind of like a wrecking ball type situation where they just they move as 5 and they take 5v5s as much as they can and they just try to run through the enemy team at range, you know. Like it's going to be hard here for Vladimir. It's going to be a Vlad top. I think that's going to be an Annie mid. And we've got Kindred in the jungle, so we've saved the bot and support picks, but 4 and 5 here for the Abyssal Kittens. So I have to assume it means they have the utmost confidence here in this Vlad pickup and this Kindred pickup, because Kindred into Xin Zhao, my mind tells me is Xin Zhao favored, right? Like in the early game, if Kindred can get ahead, then maybe she could snowball. But if she doesn't get ahead early, when they both have ultimates, I think that Xin Zhao clears, right?
Yeah, and not only that, if played correctly, Xin Zhao technically, if he doesn't knock Kindred, and knock Kindred or anybody else in Kindred's ult out of that ultimate.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see how they use that tool, because that's one way of really just pushing somebody out and just blowing them up. Meanwhile, they're gonna pinch the AD carry pool, and oh wow, this feels like a really short shadow pool. I'm curious to see, because I'm expecting an AD carry to come out here.
Okay, look, who's left? We've got Draven, we've got Jhin, we've got Kalista, Kog'Maw, Lucian, Nyla, Samira, Senna, Tristana, Varus, Vayne, Xayah, Zeri, and Ziggs. So they have some options. We're gonna see they're gonna give the B5 to the AD carry here.
Wow.
Okay, that is not something you see every day. AD
Nope.
carry is usually one of the roles that's forced to pick early because it's considered kind of inconsequential. Like the support matchup tends to be considered more important. Although, this also begs the question, that must be any support. Because they haven't, they have Cho'Gath. So it's probably Cho'Gath.
Or it's Cho'Gath, or in an absolute mad way, it's Cho'Gath jungle and Kindred AD carry.
I really hope that's not the case, but I guess we'll see. We'll see. I mean, Kindred AD carry will really struggle. It's very low range. She doesn't have an easy way to get marks. I think she'll have a hard time.
I'm not saying that it's going to be easy, but there is the potential for that.
Oh, there we go. We get some big, beefy front line here from the Dynamo New Dawn in in the shape of Ornn and Galio here, and it's going to be a Scion pick by Fizzle Kids. So I guess
I've called it.
Nah, I don't know if it's. Oh, what have they done? All right, I have a feeling it might be like Scion Cho'Gath bot lane or something, like some kind of mega cringe double tank. Sit in the bush and see if you can land both of your Qs kind of situation, I mean, we'll see. We'll get confirmation in a few minutes where everybody's going. But this is a fiesta at minute 0 already. One team has a legitimate team comp with maybe a couple. I can't tell if Xerath or Galio is going mid. I think it's Xerath. If Xerath is the support here, then Yunara Xerath is a very heavy poke lane, and if Xerath is the mid laner here, then Galio is going to be very much on. And my job is to taunt these two melee champions and make it so that it's hard for them to kill Yunara. Right? But I don't even know. How are you?
The thing that I'm wondering is, normally we all know that Ornn with his bellows breath has a really good time into tanks. So you really see that you've got Cho'Gath locked in, at which point I'm like, well, Cho'Gath into Ornn, not sure I really like that. If it's in the jungle, well then what are you doing with this Kindred? The way that I was maybe thinking about this is maybe there was a weird world where you could put Vlad top, Annie mid, and pair the Cho'Gath with a Senna or so, and have a fasting Senna in the bot lane as an old strat, maybe?
Hear me out, right? Hear me out. Let me cook.
Okay.
Vlad is bot because he wants that 6th item slot, Like AP carry bot laners with Deathfire Touch has been really popular since Deathfire Touch came out. He might not be the main one we think of when we think of it. We think of like Brand, right? Or like Aurelion Soul. But I don't see why it couldn't work for Vlad. I don't know. Maybe I'm cooking. I'm trying to find ways to make the Abyssal Kittens draft work. I think I'm going to stop trying and I'm going to just let it speak for itself when we get into the game, because I think whatever happens, it's going to be chaotic. And so it's going to be a fun watch, even if I can't physically fathom what is going on in their brains right now. it's gonna be a fun one for sure.
I'm just curious to see who's gonna go where, because this is gonna be one of those. I mean, this is either gonna look absolutely amazing or this is gonna fall well short. I'm looking. I mean, it's game 5. I'm all here for the madness. I'd love to see what they're going to be heading out to. There are so many interesting things. Like, is this even going to be a tank Shogath? Or is this maybe going to be AP Shogath? Is this going to be a tank Scion, or is this going to be AD Scion? We've got a couple of fun options here, and I'm just looking. Well, first of all, I'm curious to see what goes where, because it's a shame that we don't do this, but we could have had a little gamba going on, just having this the question, does Kindred go jungle or AD carry? That would have been the first part you need to figure out here, because you got a couple of options.
Does Zenith League do gamba? I don't know. I've never seen them do gamba.
I don't know. Would be the big question. But still,
I know that you can't bet in certain countries in Europe. I'm not sure. I know Netherlands is one of them, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, Netherlands, and then it's no, Italy can. So.
Okay.
But yeah, it would have been. I mean,
it'd be interesting.
This is going to be so interesting.
The series, just to answer the question in the chat, I think the series started at about 8. Yeah, if I remember correctly. We've had. So obviously Mahaswara has played. He's done the most games. I came in for game 3.
I came in at 9, so we started at 8.
Yeah, there was a
we
hot
started
potato.
at 8 CST. Yeah.
They had game 1. They had one caster duo. Game 2, then they changed. Game 3, then we changed again. And now me and Mahaswara have locked in for the long haul. So we're here for the 3, 4, and 5. Which, you know what? It's worth it for the hype, you know. I would rather we do this and we get the content out for the people. We better be getting paid overtime. I don't get paid. I wish.
Wait, we're getting paid here?
Yeah, for real. Yeah. What the hell? This guy's gonna start talking about unions and stuff soon, man. I'm telling you.
Casters Union, ladies and gentlemen, let's go.
Yeah. Unfortunately not, no. The only overtime I get is the satisfaction of reading the Twitch chat, I guess.
Not run by pandas.
Definitely not run by pandas, yeah, for sure. 100%. What kind of pandas, though? That's the real question. We talking like trash pandas? Like, was it red pandas? Or we talking like normal ones?
Hey! Stop disrespecting red pandas, okay? They're cute.
Hey! Trash pandas is an acceptable term.
No.
They don't have feelings. I can't hurt them. It's fine. I will try. If there is a stream for your game tomorrow, is this... Wait, are you Gucci? Because I don't recognize the username. Because I know Theaska and Aramiria. I recognize those two from Gucci, from Mini LCS, but they did mention earlier that there's a game tomorrow, so I'm like, ooh, you know, if there's a stream and if I'm free, we'll see what happens. I don't know. I need to be informed ahead of time. We'll work out something, maybe work something out, but could be fun. I also, if I remember seeing their roster correctly, I think they have their support from Mini LCS in the top lane now. I think Blossom is playing top lane for them in this tournament, which is cool to see a little lane swap action.
Wait, so that means that the ultimate cockroach is no longer there in the top lane?
Well, Patarina, no, he's a sub.
Yeah.
He's a sub for their team in this bracket.
Oh.
In this tournament, he's here.
That guy
he's
just
here,
couldn't
but
die.
he's not playing.
He just kept coming back again and again. Took the beating, comes back. Then goes in. He just refused to die every single time.
Yeah, that's my goat right there. But I think we might soon be getting into game. We'll have to see how things go. But How is the chat feeling about these drafts? Do we think the Abyssal Kittens have cooked? Do we think it's gonna work, or do we think that they are cooked? Do we think it's gonna all fall through? We do need to remember that the loser of this game is not out. They are just in the losers bracket, so they do get that second chance. Okay, we can confirm where it is. So it is Sion versus Ornn, Kindred versus Injao, Annie versus Zerath, and then Vladimir Cho'Gath up against Yunara and Galio. So it is the Vladimir Cho'Gath bot lane here. Gonna be an interesting one. I might just be blind. I'm pretty sure the rune Vladimir has is the new replacement for Phase Rush. I cannot remember. Storm Raider's Surge. That's the one.
Storm Raider's Surge, yeah.
Yeah, so that... I mean, once he gets items and he has the ability to burst people, that extra movement speed is going to be sweet. But we're going to have to see if he can get to that point, you know? I don't know if he farms safely and freely into the Yunara and Galio. Galio can lock him down. I will say the blood pool, was it Sanguine Pool, I think it's called? Will make it really hard for Galio to lock him down.
Yeah, I agree. So, but I'm just lost what the Cho'Gath is doing. I'm trying to figure out why the Cho'Gath is there.
Yeah, the Cho'Gath as well. I love Exhaust Cho'Gath with Hail of Blades. He is looking to run down the enemy bot lane early and aggressively, right? He's going to want to probably use that exhaust to slow them down enough to be able to land Rupture, to be able to land the Silence, to be able to hit them with his with the extra, you know, the percentage health damage off of, I think it's his E or is it W? Which one is it that gives the 3 auto attacks, the AoE?
The four spikes.
That's the one. Yeah, so he's gonna be looking to fight fast and hard, I think, here. So Hunger Games is about to be. Oh, I just realized the guy called Hunger Games has got the ability Feast. Is it Feast or Consume? It's one of those two, but
it's Consume.
Yeah.
But still, I'm all for this here. And the best part is, and this is what I've just realized. What do you think? Would they be going Choo Choo Cho'Gath here?
Choo Choo Cho'Gath. Oh, you mean like Shirelius?
The movement speed version.
Maybe. I don't think it would be a bad call. I do want to say that the over eagerness on the side of DND there to get that vision, they've ended up accidentally losing both. Really good adaptation by Just a Fun Life. He's decided to go for the red trinket instead of the blue trinket in this game because he knows every single game they get vision on him and every single game they track him effectively. So he says, do you know what? I'm playing a champion who can invade. I'm playing a champion who really relies on getting a good early game to set them up. You know, Kindred is one of those champions, a long time abuser of the Kirei 5-second special, you know, where you do like chickens, wait 5 seconds, and then go and just find all of the smoke in the enemy jungle. But obviously not what Just a Fun Life is opting for here in this game 5. But, you know, it's something that they can do. It's something that they're very happy to take early 1v1s against most junglers in the game. So, you know, making sure they aren't aware of where he's starting, or at least they don't have actual definitive vision, is going to be big for him, because it means that everyone's going to have to play a little more tense while they're not 100% sure where he is. Meanwhile, I don't even think the Abyssal Kittens got vision of where Xin Zhao started, but I think they could be confident with the volatility of this bot lane that they're probably both popping bot side here, right? It kind of makes logical sense. Top lane here is a wet noodle fight. You know, Sion up against the Ornn, they're both just kind of there, like, oh, we have tons of HP and all of our abilities don't cost that much mana, so we'll just keep wailing on each other. They're gonna have like the highest damage stats in the game by the end of the game, by the way, but like both somehow not have killed anyone. So they're just wailing on each other, and it's totally inconsequential. Although it can't be inconsequential when you take a turret shot as a bait. Pyro there gonna get himself first blood, and again, I think I caster cussed. I was like, oh, nothing's gonna happen.
Can we start a timer by the amount of times where you just cast a custom into existence, so to speak.
My bad, bruh.
Now the question here is: do you smite this as Kindred, or do you keep your smite for?
I think he has to. Yeah. Oh, aggressive play here as we're going to see the bot side move up for DND. Got to have immediate flash burnt there for Just a Fun Life, and he is still going for the double crab despite the fact that his mid laner is basing. His mid laner cannot help him here, and it looks like Xerath is sticking around. We're going to see pings here. Unfortunately for Just a Fun Life, his mark did show up on the second crab, not the first one, and he dies for the crab as well. Doesn't even get it. It's reminiscent of, if I remember correctly, I think it might have been Worlds 2020 Blabber. It was like COVID Blabber.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about, where he dies.
I know what you're talking about there.
Yeah. It's giving that vibe, you know. And we're gonna see. There we go. Sanguine Pool gonna make it so Basher cannot taunt him. He will not be rage baited right now. And yeah, he's gonna just keep walking away. He's actually keeping up fairly equal in farm up against Yunara. He has very similar range to her in the early game. You know, her range is really from her Q, which she doesn't need to spam now because this isn't an oppressive lane. I will say that it looks like Hunger Games is struggling a little bit to find purchase on this very early game focused support pickup. You know, the Cho'Gath with the Halo Blades. I was expecting a little bit more like lane control from them, but it's just not really been in the cards. I guess the Yunara gets the push a little bit easier than the Vladimir does, so it's been hard for him to get bush control, hard for him to really kind of, you know, impose himself on the enemy team. But what we need to say though, I think, is super important. You know, Consume will become essentially a second Smite, right? Not only is he going to be one of the two big frontliners for the team, which will be useful for making space with this Annie, making space with this Vladimir. You know, it's going to be a lot easier for them to secure these objectives as the game goes late, because he will have like a 1k consume, and so they'll be able to just smite the objective like 1,000 health earlier.
It's based on health. It's based on health, and if you've got about 10 of them, it's a 1.6 to 1.7k consume. It's well above the smite range.
Yeah, but when you add it alongside smite, it's you know, it's even more deadly. You know, if you can time that coordinator effectively, it becomes really hard for the enemy team to contest any objective as long as you have both Cho'Gath and your jungler, because they, you know, as long as they're coordinated within about half a second of the channel time of his ulti, you can burst it from like 3k to dead, and they can't do anything about it.
My only concern here with the bot lane is how is this lane going to look like as if one of these two champions picks up anti-heal right off the bat? Because I kind of feel like you can really screw this Vlad over if you just get anti-heal. Hold on.
Well, from what I've been told, leading Vladimir experts, aka Uguay, known Vladimir one-trick Uguay, is, from my understanding, it's kind of a waste of time to get the anti-heal against him, because he heals so much that even with the 40% reduction, he's still healing an insane amount. And so it's better to just try and burst him before he gets the opportunity to heal. So we're going to see the flash tippers there by Sovereign's just going to go a little bit wide. And that has got to be the effects of playing, you know, 5-game series, super late. If they live in Central European time, it's currently midnight. So, you know, we will forgive him that transgression there, I think. You know, the attempt was honorable, but execution left something to be desired, unfortunately. And otherwise, though, his lane is going pretty okay here. I imagine that's going to be a rocket belt we're building with the Hextech Alternator. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for the Annie. You know, her whole shtick is to be able to kind of flash engage on people. Getting that extra bit of jump, you know, that bit of extra range makes her all the more potent in these kind of surprise engage angles that they'll be going for.
And I love how you mentioned earlier that the ult can
see a little bit of action here in the bot lane. Gonna have the flash come out by Hunger Games. And that's going to be first Drake and a flash there gained for the side of DND. More than happy to take that, but sorry, carry on saying what you were talking about.
I love how you mentioned earlier that the consume can technically become a second smite, but the one thing that we might be overlooking is technically this is, I'll say, a very short-ranged Vlad with a support that doesn't really provide a whole lot of space early on. So right now they're just gonna get shoved in over and over again by this Yunara Galio combo, and you can have all the smite and all the consumes you want. If you can't get to the pit because you're losing out on stuff on your own turret, then it kind of doesn't feel like it's gonna impact the game all that much. So we'll have to keep track of this, how this goes on further on into the game. But
Yeah.
I'm pretty impressed that right now the Vlad is actually equal in CS to the Yunara.
Nice little sidestep there by the Vladimir, being able to keep himself alive for a little bit longer. But Goron is going to be able to finish that off with the arcane shots there. You know, a little annoying Xerath ultimate, but from all the way up in mid lane, he's able to get that, and it's very good for him, getting himself that little bit of a lead here, involuntarily, of Annie's kind of situation. You know, she did nothing wrong there. She still ends up seeing her mid laner get a lead against her, and so hold up, DJ's looking for something, as we're gonna see Pyro is gonna go for the proxy farm here. Just kind of wants to take. You know, he's going to make sure that he gets all the gold he needs, as we see just a fun life get caught here in his own jungle. It looks like 3 members of blue side are looking. In comes Robbie with the insane angle, and surely he should die here. Hugo is going to get jumped on here by Lucifer, and now this is a really messy fight, as we see multiple flashes are coming out from multiple targets. Gonna see easy second kill there for Xin Zhao, and now Hugo is the only man standing on this bot side fight, as all 3 members of the blue side get to walk out safely. I'm pretty sure I saw someone hovering on the minimap, but they didn't actually commit, and now it looks like there might be... I don't think there's a dive angle here. I think too many people are too low. But mid lane though, nice little sidestep there by Sovereign. Sovereign gets the stun. That's going to be Tibbers. It's going to be a shutdown. And oh my god, he lives on what, 10 HP?
Yeah, that's going to have been a very close one in the end, but still, I really it was kind of clear from Sovereign that he knew what he had, that he had an angle there, because he basically stepped forward instantly with a Molten Shield, straight up dropped Tibbers onto Seraphine's face, and the moment that I said it, I was like, oh yeah, well, he's going for this kill, and this probably is going Sovereign's way, so... The other thing that we also need to point out is the Sion has been an absolute monster clearing his waves and making sure that they are basically just pushing this turret non-stop.
No, 100%. This is the power of the Sion, right? Sion is one of those champions where he gets to say, it doesn't matter what you thought you were going to do in this lane, because I get to play the game how I want to. And you are forced to play my game, but that is not the case for the Kindred. Got caught by the call of the Forge God, and now Lucifer is in to pick up the scraps. 3-0-2 right now, 100% KP on this Xin Zhao. Ultimate is going to come out here by Xerath. He's going to try his best. Going to see the Hextech rocket belt there pop to keep Sovereign safe. But yeah, I need to say that I think Lucifer is, if D&D win, I think Lucifer's probably my MVP. I think he has had so much impact in every game that I've watched. I can't speak for game 1, and I can't speak too much for game 2. Obviously, I saw the end game scores for game 2 as I kind of came into the stream, but he was like 14-3 or something on Pantheon when I came in, even though they lost that game. And, you know, I think in game 3 and in game 4, he was pivotal in their success. You know, the Sejuani was unkillable, and in game 3 he was a monster in that game. So he's been really clean, and now here nearly 100% kill participation at, you know, in 13 minutes on this Xin Zhao. We mentioned the fact that just a fun life on the Kindred was going to have an easier early game, but that's just strictly not been the case. She's up or camp, if that, but she's 0-3. And
Yeah. The thing is unfortunately, just the fun life has been vibing a tad too much in this early on into this game, and they've basically just lost out a wee bit. And I think that having gone for that, and that's why I asked the question, do you smite this first Krug or not? Having taken that first Krug and then still trying to go for that second Krug has really put her behind in tempo. And after that, it's been really hard to catch up. Now,
it's not the first game as well. It's not the first game that just the fun life has been behind in tempo by a large margin as well. It's,
but I'd agree with your call. I think that they definitely would be worthy.
This is gonna get messy here. Is that this kind of looks red side favored as Lucifer goes in for 3, does get popped eventually by the Kindred, and Robbie should be going down here. I don't see. Okay, never mind. When the spawning, when that spawns, it's all over for him. I think he gets out. It's fine now. 2-0-1 right now is the Yunara, looking real strong right now. She's got the Kraken Slayer and Agility Cloak and the Cull here, of which is 3/4 of the way completed. So she's going to be getting a little cash injection in the next maybe 2 to 3 minutes. Meanwhile, Basher is trying a 1v2 just to kind of try and save the wave for his AD carry, but his AD carry isn't actually coming. It's going to be the Ornn, so we're going to have double tanks in the bot lane, as some of the turrets have now begun to fall, and so we need to start moving up our strong members around the map. We're sending Yunara topside because Herald just spawned. Sion is also still topside as we see 2 quick kills in for the blue side. They are happy to take those. We see the Cho'Gath go down, second death of the game for him. And then in the mid lane, I believe the Annie got popped by Xerath, so very well played there by Goranim. And it does beg to question, where is the effectiveness here of this Cho'Gath pick? I think that the Cho'Gath pick has been kind of a bit of a stinker. He does have Heartsteel, he has Solstice Slay now. He's going to be looking to try and get as many fights as humanly possible, but we have the answer now to your question of, you asked, is it going to be Choo Choo Cho? No, it's going to be full tank Cho. But we'll see what he can do with this, because he's
I personally think it's a bit
unimpressive so far.
I'll get back in afterwards, after we get these fights.
Okay. Nothing actually comes of those fights, though.
So the thing where I think this Choo Choo Cho would have been absolutely amazing is you need to try and get Annie and Vlad into the team fights. The one thing, if you can speed them up, this would have become infinitely more valuable for the team itself. So I think that there was a real place here where Choo Choo Cho would have been an absolutely goated pick, but unfortunately,
Nope. He comes out here. I don't think he has the facilities to finish it off, though. You gotta respect the fact that with the Molten Shield there on the Annie, her movement speed is just a little too high. It's kind of hard for Goranim to really finalize that. And here we may finally see the first objective being taken with the Consume and Smite combo. Let's see how it goes. Although Basher is looking to contest this, they don't actually use the Consume there. They just straight up smite it. So no feast stack for the Cho'Gath, as we're going to see Call of the Forge God come out. Okay, we're missing both ults in tandem here. Flash into the Bellows Breath. Sovereign is alive with like a slither of HP here. He is going to pop the Molten Shield to try and keep himself safe. Meanwhile, Cho'Gath goes down on the top side for nothing. Third death of the game for him.
And the other thing that we maybe haven't touched on enough is how crazy is the value of that Galio support here? Because if you're looking, you've got a couple of people who are going the AP damage route, and dare I say maybe the main carries. That Galio, that ultimate is going to be so crucial in team fights. So I gotta say that there might be some crazy value to be had there.
No, I don't disagree with you. We're going to see the ultimate come in here by Sion. He's going straight onto Robbie, but Robbie is kind of gliding him right now. In comes Hugo, though, with the Ghost and the E, and now he's kind of a little bit messy. You just mentioned the Heroic Entrance is a hell of a spell, and it allows Darker Basher to get in here, and this is just an overwhelming loss for the side of the Abyssal Kittens. They lose... what, 2 members and a TP here into the top side, and he TP'd in just to immediately run away. Luckily here, just a Fun Life and Hunger Games are going to be able to commit to the mid-tier 1. They should be able to crash the thing into the tier... oh, they're going for tier 1 bot lane here instead. Okay. I don't know if this pathing will actually get them the hit onto the turret, though. Let's see. Oh, no. It looks like it will. Okay, cool. Nice. They get that. It's not quite enough to kill, but it does mean that the next time they get the shovel wave here, it should be enough. Meanwhile, Lucifer's just going to shut Sovereign down again. Should be able to run away from the Tibbers as well, but it's actually not going to be too bad for him. Okay, Hunger Games, not like this. Gets knocked up again. Is he going to die again? He has got quite a lot of HP, but he's kind of low-key in no man's land. He's just going to get popped. That's going to be 4th death of the game for the Cho'Gath, and Cho'Gath is... just not in the right place at the right time right now, and he's having such a hard time in this game.
And we see the dab from the Pengu coming out. It's clear that one of the teams is really feeling themselves, and this should technically be the 3rd dragon. This will put them on soul point, and it's going to be probably a 25-minute soul if we project this out timing-wise. So
yeah, sounds about right.
Right now, it's kind of falling a bit flat. I mean, the laning phase was surprisingly good. That was really well navigated, but so far, teamfights, it just hasn't been there.
Yeah,
and
I can see the angle. I can see where they're going for. Like, I can see what they're going for. But the hard reality of it is that they are 0-8 collectively as a bot lane right now, and the game overall is 14-3. It's just outside of Sion, I think that there's been a lot left to be desired from every member of Abyssal Kittens. And we're going to see just the Fun Life is going to get this shut down, which is a big cash injection for him. Going to poach himself a camp as well. All of those topside camps are up. But he got a mark as well, by the way. So that must be 2 marks there. Because I assume he got a mark for killing the Yanara, and then probably a mark for taking the Gromp there. So.
For a scuttle, don't forget a scuttle has been done.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
all the Forge God's gonna catch. Sovereign just gets popped. Sovereign just again in a legal place. He's in an illegal territory right there, and just gets sent to the fountain. There's nothing he can do.
There's one thing I'd really like to see if I were Andy right now. You need an early Void Staff or a, what is it, Crypt Bloom? You're going to need that on you because they can just literally just stack DMR, which, if you're looking at the Orin, is currently already occurring. He's just like, Sion won't do me anything. The only person he's got to slightly be concerned about is Kindred. So...
he's got the upgraded Hollow Radiance. Yeah, upgraded Hollow Radiance. He's got the anti-heal in the Bramble Vest as well. Then he's also got Kainic Rukon pretty much built. I think he's like 600 gold, and then he's got it built. So he's more than happy right now. He's gonna have tons of MR. It's gonna be so hard for Annie and for Kindred to be able to do anything. And you know, sorry, not Kindred, Annie and Vladimir. And Kindred is, I mean, look at Kindred's build. Kindred isn't a tank slayer right now. They've gone for the Collector and the Kraken Slayer. Those are not great tank shredder items. She will more than likely, it looks like she's got a BF sword, so I'm not too sure what that's going to go into here. Rupture is going to land here onto Master DJ, but his team are in the wings here. Heroic Entrance is going to come in, build him some space, and that's just going to be DJ getting to walk away. Thanks to his support there. Really well played there from Basher to be able to keep his boys safe. And now we have Lucifer going in on, I think, is a questionable 1v1. Did not respect the distance of which he was from his team and the enemies were from themselves. And that's going to be a flash for a flash, I think? No, sorry, just a flash for nothing. Very nice there for the side of Abyssal Kittens, who Yeah, they I mean, the game, I don't know, this 7K gold lead right now is kind of hard for them, to be honest. This is the largest the gold lead has ever been at this time in the games that I've watched. The games, like the gold lead in game 3 and game 4, it was fairly close at this point. But in this game, you know, we've got 20 CS lead mid, we've got about 50 CS lead in the bot lane. Yeah, our top lane is a little bit behind, and yeah, our jungler is a little bit behind, but they have kills. You know, 5-1 and 3 on the Xin Zhao. Cool. Yeah, I'm 20 CS down. Does it really matter? I've got 5 kills and 3 assists. Kindred has really struggled to make anything happen on the map so far, so all of her gold is just what she's been able to farm. So it's been rough. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, and it's especially rough when one of the teams basically has 25% more gold than the other team, because this is where you're at. You're at close. You're just below the 25% gold. So, and normally the place where statistically the gold becomes close to unsurmountable is 6K. 6K generally is where it's really hard for them to come back come back from that afterwards. Right now they're well over 6K, so this is where you need a mistake from the opposition here. And look at the damage that Hugo's Joblum has just taken out of basically 2 spells from Dionara.
Yeah, between it was Xerath Q and then a Yunara Q, and it's just the effective range of this blue side comp is just so hard to deal with, you know? Like, so if we look at it from an unbiased perspective, let's not talk about what's happened in the game, but just from a theory perspective of how this red side team should win. They go, oh, look, they have 2 mega squishy high DPS champions. I pick someone like Vlad. I flash ult and like ultimate. I'll flash ghost ult and just try to blow up their carries before they have a chance to. And if they try to blow me up, I just hit my sanguine pool. But we didn't even mention just there, that is Soul over at 25 minutes with 0 contest from the red side. I'm not going to lie, it feels kind of like they've given up a little bit here, as they're going to start chasing just a fun life here. He's going to try his best to get out. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fight, we can see Xin Zhao here is on his fight, a 1v2ing. Heroic entrance is going to come out. They should surely land this taunt, just about misses. Ghost in action there for Hugo, but in comes the call of the Forge God. It's going to knock up Hugo, and Hugo is no longer for this world. In comes Pyro, but his team is in tatters. There's nothing he can do. Hunger is going to get popped, and now the focus can become the Scion. Scion is going to get shredded by this Yunara. 4-1 and 5 with the upgraded IE. She's got the IE, the Fiend Hunter bolts. You know, when her ultimate is on, she is not a force to be reckoned with. And now it is just a fun life. Questioning how fun getting smoked 3 games in a row can be. And that's, you know, the gold lead is ballooned even further now. We're at 10K, and it is going to be a free Baron here if they want it. We'll see what they can do. They're going for the top tier 2 instead, though. They don't want to go for the Baron just yet. Obviously, they know several people are respawning. They don't want to risk a potential steal. We've spoken at length about how they have such a strong smite here between Hunger Games, between just a fun life. You know, it's going to be hard to take the objective unless you are unilaterally just like, ahead everywhere and people are dead. So they go for some plates on the top side and they hit a reset.
Yeah, and this is where, I mean, you've got, if you really want to play this safe, you can wait for the Elder Dragon, although it's a bit of a risk with the Smite the Smite plus Consume, should the Shogath ever be able to get in there. But I kind of feel like this game is very much done and dusted. Like, Kindred is still looking for a 3rd item, definitely not a tank shredder right now, and securing this Nash would basically just be free and making sure that you can get into
Hunger Games is trying to go for the steal, but they know he's there and he just gets popped. The man has probably like 2 to 3k HP right now, but it doesn't feel like it. He just, again, whenever the blue side decide he should die, he just dies. And now with 5 Baron buffs on them, they're going to be looking to siege up here in the top lane. Top lane T2 is the last, kind of outer turret that really exists here. They've got a wave coming. Pyro is here to try and do a little something, try and stop what he can, but there's only so much he can do. Gets that fully charged Q off, but in comes the cavalry here, as we can see Hugo and Sovereign are just behind, but I don't know what more they can really do in this instance to really prevent this, as we're going to see Galio's going to get a little bit of damage off. Going to see that again, fully charged Q into the fully charged E combo from Vlad and Sion to try and clear these waves. We got that TP coming in here by Xerath on the backside, just joining to get a little bit of poke off, and that is disgusting poke at that, as we see Hugo lose basically half of his current health bar. In comes the Galio. Galio's fishing for the taunt, but he doesn't quite land it. Doesn't really need it though, because Cho'Gath is just going to go straight down. And now Just a Fun Life is here, but I don't think there's anything fun about this. He's going to get jumped on by Lucifer. Heroic Entrance is going to come in with the ultimate there by Xin Zhao to keep himself safe from the Kindred. And then straight onto her, Basher is going to go on a killing spree. In comes Xerath. Xerath is trying. He lands the 3rd one and it just pops her. And Nivea goes straight down. In comes 6th and 7th shot here onto Hugo. And they're going to go straight for the end here. We're going to see Call of the Forge God is going to get called out here. Going to land it onto the Vlad. Vlad is going to go down. That's going to be the end here. But this is going to be the game. Surely there is nothing Cho'Gath can do but die an 8th time in an attempt to stop them from finishing this game. I think it's all over for him.
No!
Nothing. He is
feast he had the entire game, and that feels like it's and not only that, this is a reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. That's got to be a first, surely.
I was about to say, from being 2-0 up, straight down to a reverse sweep, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an interesting one. For now, I reckon that unless you have something special still to add, that we throw it over to a short break while we sort out the interviews, and then we will be back to you shortly.
Oh, we doing interviews. Goddamn. All right, fair enough.
Right. That is the information that I received. Though right. I will.
Say less.
So you'll have
they don't have work tomorrow. I respect it.
Yeah, well, dude, I already checked my alarm clock. I'm getting up in 5 hours from now, not even that. So it's going to be a very short one for me. Yeah. This is going to be a rough one.
All right, let's cut to a break. We'll see who we get for the interview. Yeah, welcome back, everybody. Shorter break than we anticipated, and unfortunately, we are minus a interviewee. The team that won, obviously, congratulations to Dynamo New Dawn. They put their full heart into the performance, and they don't have it in them to quite do the interview at 1 a.m. So do you know what? That's valid. No one's gonna say anything bad about that. We respect that. We intend to do an interview with them before the series tomorrow. Speaking of, we are gonna have tomorrow at 7 p.m. CEST. It's gonna be Good Cheetahs versus C2. So gonna see some of the this is another winners bracket game, right? So whoever loses will find themselves in that losers bracket. But this is the higher seed one, if I remember correctly. I think the loser of that one will move into losers bracket round 3. If we can get the bracket up real quick just to see how it shakes out. Pretty sure, yeah, winner or the loser of Cheetahs and C2 will find themselves in that game on the 2nd of June. Sorry, no, it's the 26th of May. I'm reading incorrectly. No, it's Abyssal Kittens find themselves in the game on the 26th of May. The winner of that will face the loser of Good Cheetahs and C2 on the 2nd of June. And we're going to see the winner of them face Dynamo New Dawn on the 28th of May, which is not too far away. So we're going to have some very fun winners bracket action coming up in the next few weeks. So yeah, everybody stay tuned for that. Should be fun for sure. Mahasvara, you got anything you want to add before we cut out?
Nah, it's we forgot one thing. We haven't named an MVP yet, although we kind of have hinted who we were going to name.
I already know who I'm saying, which is I think that it was the jungler for Dynamo New Dawn. I think Lucifer outplayed Just a Fun Life in basically every game I saw. I'm not going to speak for game 1. I'm not going to speak too much for game 2 because I didn't see game 2. But game 3, 4, and 5.
Game 1 either.
Yeah. Game 3, 4, and 5, I think Lucifer had Just a Fun Life's number. I think he both out-carried him on carry junglers, and he he was able to lock him down on tanks when Just a Fun Life was on carries. So he outperformed on both sides of the equation. I think he was a real star maker there for himself in that game. Really enabled his carries in the games where he was on support champions as well. So very well played by him. Going to be keeping an eye on him as we move towards that winners semifinals. Familiar with I have personal bias for tomorrow's game, regardless if I cast it or not. I want to see the Good Chi guys win because I know them, and so I'm kind of like, I would like to see Lucifer up against Theaska, who's the jungler of Good Chi or Good Cheetahs. So it will be fun to see that, but we'll have to see. Everybody's gonna have to come back. You're gonna have to tune in tomorrow and see if Good Cheetahs can beat C2 or if C2 are gonna beat them, and then we're gonna have to see if it's gonna be a little losers bracket run. Who knows? We'll have to lock in. Don't miss it. It's gonna be there 7 o'clock CEST. That is Central European Summer Time. But otherwise, I think unless you've got something else to add, Mahasvara, I am very ready for bed. So we should sign off.
I'm equally in a rush to get back so that I can have some sleep and get back, because I've got an early raise tomorrow morning. So that will be it for both of us. On that note, sayonara, have a good one, Kets, and hope to see you all tomorrow.